era of football est video is purement para entretenimiento y no infringe derechos de autor en iles. Los derechos de la novela y la imagen son del autor original, no reclamamos propiedad. No te gusta esperar y quieres escuchar este fanfic completo ahora? Suscríbete a nuestro Patreon, donde encontrarás los mejores fanfics. Chapter 126 Termination of the Alliance. Has your boss been robbed by someone? Nanluxin suddenly received a message from Zheng Qi. Nanluxin was stunned at first, and then he became furious. Did you rob the boss in our core area? Nanluxin questioned angrily. You have been allocated 4 areas, why are you still greedy and want to rob the boss in our core area? It's really too much. Just as he was about to curse, Zheng Qi's words interrupted his typing. Ours was also robbed. Seeing this sentence, Nanluxin was stunned, and then his anger suddenly disappeared, and he even felt like laughing. Nanluxin certainly knew that his mentality was wrong. After all, his boss was also robbed. What was there to be happy about? However, seeing that Ren Pingshan and his gang, who had never suffered any losses, also suffered the same losses as himself, Nanluxin felt a little happy. The IDs of that team are, Zheng Qi mentioned the IDs of that team. Not joining the guild means that there is no guild ID above your head, but after level 20, the ID name cannot be hidden. If you can't even see the other party's ID name, it can only mean that the other party has not even reached level 20, that is really impossible. These 10 IDs are all very unfamiliar, and they are also messy. It is obvious that they were not carefully chosen at a glance. Maybe they were just typed out casually. Yes, it's this group of people. After comparing it with the information from our side, Nanluxin said very confidently. That means it's not just our 2 families that were robbed. Let's ask others. Zheng Qi said. The 2 of them went to the president's discussion group and asked. Sure enough, several guilds had their bosses refreshed in the core area robbed by the same group of people. Such news has appeared since the morning, but it was all digested internally and not said out. After comparing with each other, everyone was shocked to find that in the morning and noon alone, a full 8 bosses were robbed by this group of people. How could it be so fast? Qian Qi was a little surprised. His guild was not robbed, but with the brutality of those people, it was not uncommon for their guild to be robbed. Of course, they had to pay attention to it. If they don't participate in the upgrade, they just move around to look for them. It is possible. Simmons said after thinking about it. Are they a group of guys who only care about robbing boss to get extra attribute points? Judging from this demand, they may be professional players. That's impossible. If that's the case, our club will have news. That's right, if it's a member of a certain club, then we still need intelligence support from the guild. Hey, your Changfeng didn't have the boss robbed this time. Is it your undercover? Bullshit, we Changfeng will not do such sneaky things. The presidents discussed it for a while, but couldn't come up with any results. In the end, they could only decide that all guilds should pay attention to the whereabouts of this team at the same time and report it immediately if they find anything. The guilds were so mobilized that they were naturally very efficient. Originally, the guild members were all over the map, spawning monsters separately. Now, they just looked around while spawning monsters to see if they found the team. Of course, it was not difficult. With such attention, the news came out quickly. This team of people with messy IDs and no connotations really moved around the corners of the map at a very fast speed. They did not spawn monsters. Even if they alarmed wild monsters, they would quickly get rid of them by moving quickly. They moved in a very regular way. The veterans could see the route they moved and observe all the hidden places in the entire map. At the same time, in terms of movement, they were considered professional. The combination of various movement methods allowed them to maintain faster movement and longer endurance without affecting their physical value. Looking at the movement method, they are all veterans. Zheng Qi had left the discussion group of the presidents at this time and said to others. It is precisely because of the most scientific way of moving that they can always maintain their speed advantage. Unless they happen to encounter an elite team of our level, otherwise, no matter how many ordinary teams want to stop them, it will be useless. Zheng Qi said coldly. If we can move like this, we won't be afraid of other guilds besieging us. Chaos Matt Blade suddenly had an idea. It's not difficult for a single person to do this. I can barely achieve this movement effect now, but if the entire team moves closely at the same frequency, it is not something that can be achieved by individual efforts. Su Jing replied. In short, these guys are not simple, and their purpose is unclear. At least what is certain is that they are very familiar with the game, and have a very detailed understanding of that terrain, the characteristics of the boss, etc. so they can achieve such an effect. This is not something that professional players can explain. Professional players are experienced and will not be so detailed in details. Butler Meng said affirmatively. If not a professional player, what is it? Researcher. Xinzailan asked with a smile. Others laughed. Since the emergence of the game football era, countless people have wanted to study this system that surpasses the technology of the same generation, but they have never studied it clearly. No one can find where the server of football era is. They only know that the signal of football era is everywhere. As long as they can enter the holographic cabin, they can enter football era. This way of presentation exceeds the imagination of modern technology. So many players can smoothly enter the world of football era every day. There has been no incident of inaccessibility for so many years. New areas are opened on time every year, and it operates automatically like a complete world without any stagnation. At the beginning, institutions in various countries continued to send scientific researchers to study the operation mode and hardware location of football era, but they never succeeded. Instead, a large number of scientific researchers who entered began to doubt the correctness of what they learned. No one dared to move in this regard. As an indispensable entertainment venue for human beings around the world every day, no one would play this game again. So the researcher's statement has become a joke now. Xinzailan is obviously telling a cold joke. From the characteristics shown by these guys now, they really look like researchers. But they are not just against us. When they enter our area again, they will report quickly and we will go over to fight them. Zheng Qi said. The others nodded one after another. Fighting with such an opponent is undoubtedly an extremely rare experience. The strength attribute is average, but the operation is extremely precise. Su Jin, if you really meet him, you must observe him carefully. Butler Meng said. Su Jin nodded. Her characteristics are precise operation and strong judgment ability. If the opponent's operation and judgment can be accurate to that extent, it is really worth learning from her. But, is the kind of computing ability that is almost at the same level as a computer really something that humans can do? Thinking of this, Su Jin was a little confused. Don't think too much, just talk about it when you meet him. Zheng Qi patted Su Jin on the shoulder and said. This is just an episode. Next, the members of the elite team of the Extraordinary Guild continued to swipe monsters, waiting to fight with others to compete for the boss. This mysterious team certainly attracted the attention of many guilds, but in the eyes of many people, it was just that no one paid attention to such a team running around before. Now that the guilds are paying so much attention, their position will be constantly noticed. Could something unexpected happen? Unfortunately, the accident happened. At the junction of Shenhua and Tianlong, a boss spawned. The elite teams of both sides went to the boss spawning place, entered the arena and began to compete. Just as the two sides were fighting, a team of people rushed out from above the junction of the two sides, that is, in the area of Canning. Under the watchful eyes of the two guilds, they snatched the boss away all the way, and then disappeared in the crowd. Why didn't you tell us this news? The guild bosses of Shenhua and Tianlong were very angry and went to Canming's guild boss to settle the score. How do we know that a boss has been refreshed there? Canming's boss asked back with a plausible argument. The two bosses were speechless. At this time, the elite team that had finished playing in the arena came out and found out that the boss had been robbed by someone. The losing party was happy, and the winning party was furious and chased after it, but found that the other party had already run into another area. Be careful, these guys will rob the boss when they find it. When the elite team is in the arena, it is easy for others to rob it. When this news reached the ears of all the guild leaders, it caused panic among everyone. The current relatively peaceful state is because there is a rule that the winner is decided in the arena to divide the boss. This rule is recognized by everyone, but what about now? Even if you win, the boss may be robbed by the team of players who make trouble. What is the meaning of the competition? In the future, kill the boss when you find it. To compete for the boss, everyone depends on their ability. A guild leader roared in the discussion group. After the shout, the former guild alliance immediately collapsed. The relationship between them was originally quite fragile, and the fear between them formed a fragile alliance. But now, when the reality appeared that even if they won the arena, they might not be able to grab the boss, all the guilds could no longer divide the benefits calmly. Looking at the discussion group that suddenly became quiet, Zheng Qi turned around and said to everyone, "This is lively now. It seems that the next step is to grab the boss directly. Whoever can grab it will get it. Then pass it on, our people will shrink and occupy a piece of territory. At least we must grab all the boss in this territory. Whoever tries to grab it, we will beat them back." Butlerman issued an order. This was originally the advantage of the Fifth Guild. It was only because of the pressure from other guilds that they accepted the practice of dividing the area. Now that such an alliance has collapsed, what the Fifth Guild has to do is to play their greatest advantage. Chapter 127. Chasing the mysterious team. When the players of the Fifth Guild began to shrink, the other guild areas in the middle of the four areas of the Fifth Guild were immediately squeezed hard. Such behavior will of course be strongly rebounded, but the power of numbers is infinite. Seeing the Fifth Guild members who were unknown in number rushing in from all directions, the members of other guilds are trembling in their calves. They know that the Fifth Guild now has 600,000 players, which is quite scary, but only when they really come into contact with so many people can they feel the pressure brought by so many people. They are actually not small in number, but they are all scattered in their respective areas. In this way, when they see the players of the Fifth Guild shrinking in all directions, they look around and see that they are surrounded by people from the Fifth Guild, and there are very few members of their own guild around them. Fortunately, the players of the Fifth Guild did not attack them, but just started to move from all sides. In this way, the players of these guilds were involuntarily squeezed out of the original area, and the area given up by the Fifth Guild was also involuntarily occupied by them. What's going on? At that moment, the bosses of these guilds began to curse in the discussion group. Where's Rin Pinshen? Rin Pinshen, come out. He seems to have quit the discussion group. Damn, can an alliance that has already agreed to join just quit? Seeing Zheng Qi quit the discussion group directly, the guild leaders who were originally annoyed had nothing to say. It was obvious that each guild could only take care of itself now, and they had to kill the boss when they found it, so that they could better guarantee the interests of their own guild. There was no point in continuing the alliance. He quit so happily, and then took up his position without saying hello, which saved time for wrangling. There were less than 4 hours left in the day, and more than half of the boss had not refreshed yet. Take up your position, keep an eye on anyone who comes over, and report any news at any time. The bosses of each guild gave instructions in the guild channel one after another, and there was a lot of chaos, which gave the small guilds a lot of opportunities. 3 bosses that refreshed during this period were snatched away by the small guilds. It's chaos, it's all chaos. Zheng Qi said gloatingly, but in fact, this is the true nature of the carnival. The big guilds certainly have advantages, but the small guilds can also grab some things, otherwise the control of the big guilds would be too terrible. This is actually also beneficial to those guys. The areas are intertwined, and they will have more room to move. Butlerman sighed. But there is only a little time. Chaos Mad Knight was a little confused. The key lies in the next 2 days. Will all the guilds still follow that previously divided areas? The carnival will return to chaos. Butlerman laughed. Actually, for their own selfishness, they are stirring up the world. Chaos Mad Knight said very righteously. Then he saw everyone else looking at each other. Why do I feel this is what we did before? Shinny muttered. Yes, it really looks like our style, but it's good for us anyway. If we meet them, we will fight and see how good they are. Zheng Qi said with a smile. After the division of the area became chaotic, the advantage of the Fifth Guild began to become somewhat obvious. They had the largest number of people, so the area they occupied would naturally be larger. Although they occupied a larger area before, many places were bordered by other guilds, and they would lose a lot of things. Now the territory they occupied was smaller on the surface, but the actual controlled area was larger. Next, 3 bosses were refreshed in the area controlled by the Fifth Guild. Zheng Qi and his team killed these 3 bosses one after another, increasing the number of bosses they had today to 5, which was also a remarkable achievement. How many bosses have not been refreshed? Zheng Qi asked. 93 bosses have been killed, and there are still 7 to go. Xinzailan answered. I hope there will be more refreshes in our area. Zheng Qi replied. 574, 2371 on the left, there are bosses refreshing. A message popped up in the guild channel. Let's go. Zheng Qi called out, and the others quickly followed and rushed to the coordinate point. This coordinate point was a little far from their previous place, and it took some time to rush there. Just when they were halfway there, a new message came again. That group of guys has come in, we can't stop them. Again. Zheng Qi was stunned. Just when he was still a little dazed, Butlerman had quickly sent a message in the guild channel. Don't run after them. 3 teams in a group, block the east, south and west directions, so that they can only move to the north. Zheng Qi and his team were just in the north of the coordinates. The core members of the main guild appeared next to the boss to protect it. After receiving such instructions, they quickly began to intercept in the other three directions. It was not necessary to entangle the opponent, just to prevent the opponent from moving in other directions, that was enough. This approach soon took effect. When all three directions were blocked and other players of the Extraordinary Guild continued to attack them, the mysterious team could only choose to move to the north. It's getting close, everyone be careful, no matter what, we have to teach those guys a lesson. Zheng Qi reminded in the team channel. Soon, a group of people and the boss they were leading appeared in the sight of Zheng Qi and others. I'll go first. Fu Lei shouted, activated the Caesar hero card, and then rushed forward alone. The others would naturally not let him rush forward alone. Soon, the others followed closely behind Fu Lei, ready to respond at any time. Zheng Qi wanted to be the last one to come. Fu Lei rushed forward first, but just when he was about to get close to the opponent, one of the opponents attacked the boss and then quickly rolled away. The boss's counterattack was in vain. Obviously, the opponent had rolled to the limit and could not move anymore, but the counterattack stopped right in front of him. Sure enough, the calculation is very accurate. Fu Lei thought to himself. With this change of direction, the opponent's team all moved horizontally, running with the boss, leaving the boss to Fu Lei. Fu Lei did not rush to attack the boss. At this time, the opponent had already built up enough hatred for the boss. If he attacked the boss, it would be equivalent to helping others to kill the boss. Isn't it just moving? You guys are holding the boss, how can I not catch up? Fu Lei thought to himself. He is also a professional player. He knows the most efficient way to move. The opponent is holding the boss, so the speed will be slower. With the same efficient way of moving, he will have an advantage. What is the trick to moving? In addition to controlling the rhythm of physical recovery, it is also normal to use various skills to shorten the distance. Fu Lei has rich experience, but after chasing for a while, he was shocked to find that he could not catch up. He was not left behind by the opponent, but he did not shorten the distance between him and the opponent. In the case that the opponent's movement itself was at a disadvantage, this proved that the opponent moved faster than him. What's going on? Fu Lei was extremely surprised. Many heroes do have skills to shorten the distance, but now everyone has at most 9 heroes. How many skills can be used to shorten the distance? How did the opponent surpass him? It was not until the next time the opponent turned the corner of a house that Fu Lei saw a little trick. There are many rooms scattered on the map of Yusai City. These rooms are different from those in Pompeii. The houses in Pompeii cannot be traversed, but the rooms in Yusai City can be traversed. These rooms have different characteristics. Some can be directly accelerated to run into, some need to jump over the window, and some need to roll over obstacles. Fu Lei also understands this principle, but he has no idea what type of house will be next. The other party seems to have memorized all the situations on the map. He responds in advance before seeing the house, but he always has to look at it before he can make an operation. Speed is like this. Mechanical precision. Fu Lei thought to himself. He is not a top god, but he is at least a semi-professional player. He is almost clear about the level of those top players. This kind of prophetic approach is difficult to do even for the top god level players. People are not computers, and they cannot be so precise. In other words, top players may be able to achieve such precision, but they cannot maintain such precision all the time. Who are these guys? Fu Lei was getting more and more frightened as he ran. It was obvious that other teammates couldn't keep up with such a speed. Even if he caught up, what would be the point? He took a quick look back. Sure enough, Yuanzi Guangdao, Shinzai Lang and Su Jing were still able to keep up, while the others had been left far behind. No wonder other guilds can't do anything with these guys. Fu Lei thought to himself. He had already given up. The health of the boss was still decreasing, probably less than 20%. If he kept fighting for a while, the other party would be able to kill the boss smoothly. What was the point of chasing them? At this time, he saw the message from Zheng Qi in the team channel. Keep chasing. Just 3 words, but Fu Lei rekindled his fighting spirit. Fu Lei was surprised that he didn't see Zheng Qi and Yixing Xiang Fei behind him. The 2 guys couldn't move so slowly. Now it seemed that they should have outflanked from other directions. Sure enough, 10 seconds later, the mysterious team just bypassed a house, and a white light flashed in front of them. A player activated the blood and color ultimate skill and rushed over. Just one person, trying to stop a team of people? The mysterious team wanted to laugh, but the next moment, there was a violent sound of galloping horses from the side. Ha 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 fools, take my ultimate skill. Zheng Qi's crazy laughter came from the side. Chapter 128. 9 out of 10 die. The members of the mysterious team did suffer a great loss. Fulay was chasing them fiercely, and with the pursuit of Chaos Matblade and others behind them, they began to feel that the guys chasing them this time were no different from the guys before. They were actually very cautious. After all, they were surrounded and blocked by so many people. Even if they moved fast, it was obvious that many attribute points were added to their speed. But if they were not cautious enough, they would not have been caught in the half a day when everyone noticed them. Fulay had been chasing them closely. It was obvious that he had tried his best and showed an excellent level. Only in this way could he not be left behind by them. However, it was precisely because of this performance that he proved that he could not catch up with the mysterious team. As for the others who were gradually left behind, it was even less of a big deal. Their way of leading the boss around did not require them to fight head-on. After killing the boss and getting the reward points, they would immediately speed up and disappear in the vast crowd. In this way, they had snatched 9 bosses today alone. This achievement was extremely brilliant. Those guilds could only snatch 5 or 6 bosses with all their strength. They were just a team of people. They snatched 9 bosses. If they told others about it, it would make many guild bosses angry. And this time, it was the 10th. The members of the mysterious team were naturally very happy to increase the number to double digits. This distracted them a little, and then they were blocked by the opponent. They encountered many blockades today, but this was the first time they encountered such a sharp blockade. They wanted to block their way forward, which surprised them. The direction of their movement has always been very strange, and there is basically no pattern to follow. Therefore, although those who intercepted them have a huge advantage in numbers, no one has ever been able to stop them head-on. Just this block would be fine. When they were about to turn, they just turned and faced a big move like cavalry charge head-on. They just forced a turn and were hit like this. At that moment, their rhythm was completely messed up. The speed of the mysterious team members who were scattered was controlled. In fact, the cavalry's big move and Yashin Fei's interception of opening the Blood and Red Heart did not cause much loss to them, but this was the first time that their momentum of movement was stopped by someone today. With this delay, Fulay, who was following closely behind them, attacked the 2 mysterious team members who retreated at the same time. First, he slid and froze one opponent, and then quickly used Ni's hero card, and activated the second skill of Visual Vision, hitting another mysterious team member. What surprised Fulay was that the mysterious team member also fell into stiffness. Ni's second skill Visual Vision can indeed cause the effect of stiffness, but in the case of no absolute advantage in the balance attribute, the stiffness effect is difficult to appear, but now it has appeared. What does this prove? Fulay's attribute points are also averaged, which is the usual way for professional players. Although he has obtained some extra attribute points by following Zheng Qi and others during this period, in fact, compared with ordinary players, his character does not have a particularly overwhelming advantage. Even for an ordinary player, Fulay's attributes may not have an overwhelming advantage, but now, he can make the opponent stiff. To what extent is the attribute addition of this mysterious team biased? Although he was surprised, Fulay's men were not slow at all. They quickly launched an attack. The combo face slapping technique is particularly effective for stiff players. After hitting the face, he took advantage of the opponent's lack of stiffness and used it again. Although the 2 opponents were stiff, his attack was directed at one of them. In his calculation, these 2 consecutive face slapping techniques had a good effect, but it should make the opponent lose most of his physical value. Next, find an opportunity to stiffen again and try to kill one of them. However, after hitting the opponent's face for the second time, the opponent actually screamed, and the whole person just disappeared in light. Fuck, he's dead already. The murderer Fulay himself was shocked. 2 face slapping killed the opponent. How bad was the opponent's physical value? Low balance, low physique. Did all the attribute points go to speed and flexibility? No wonder he couldn't catch up. Such abnormal points addition only pursued high speed and high output, and didn't care about his own defense. At this time, other people also rushed up. Chaos Matblade and Heart in the Wandering dealt with another member of the mysterious team who had just come out of stiffness at the same time, and sent the other party back to the city in a few moves. These guys are very weak, easy to deal with. Chaos Matblade said happily. Kill them quickly, lest the boss be killed by them in advance. Zheng Qi made a flexible jump, with the cover of the cavalry charge, intercepted a member of the mysterious team, and shouted loudly at the same time. Now the boss definitely belongs to the mysterious team. They have been running and have been grinding away nearly 90% of the boss's blood volume by taking turns to hit the face. If they continue to entangle with the opponent, as long as the opponent kills this boss, this wave will not be considered a loss. As for Zheng Qi and others, it seems to be a big loss. After all, this is a boss that has been refreshed in their sphere of influence. If you want to take back the boss, you have to kill all the other team. If you don't have the ability to do this, it's fine. Now it seems that it's not very difficult to do this, easily kill 2 of the other team. The precise operation ability that the other team showed in running and attacking the boss was not shown at all when facing them. Such an opponent is not even as lethal as a team of core members of other guilds. After intercepting a mysterious team member who was trying to escape, Zheng Qi quickly launched an attack. The flexible and changeable attack method made the opponent's reaction extremely slow. In a few seconds, he was knocked to the ground by a beautiful collision. Then Zheng Qi hit the face with a combo and sent the opponent back to the city. The third one. Zheng Qi shouted, but the perspective quickly turned around, and then found that in fact half of the other team had been killed. In addition to the one he just killed, 2 more mysterious team members who tried to escape were beaten to death by Su Jing and others who caught up behind. The operation ability is very average, just the level of an experienced online gamer. Zheng Qi thought to himself. The 10 experienced players are the ones who turned all the guilds in the new area upside down. The movement and output methods of these people are really incredibly accurate. Zheng Qi thought to himself, moving quickly, and stopped another guy who was about to leave the battle group. He quickly attacked and knocked him to the ground. The others who followed him attacked and sent another person away. When the opponent can be well controlled, it is very easy to kill the opponent in the PK between players. Now, even if the player adds more points to the physique, it is only more than 30 points, and the physical value is more than 300. With the current player's strength and other values, a face attack is nothing more than 3 or 4 accurate attacks to take away the opponent. However, the members of this mysterious team obviously have too many points. Their physical fitness is less than 20 points, and they are often killed by Zheng Qi and his team with 2 accurate attacks. After Zheng Qi's team's fierce operation, 9 out of 10 people in the mysterious team were lying down. Oh, this guy is pretty good. Zheng Qi shouted, looking at the only guy left in the mysterious team with the ID called Dynamic Light Wave, and he clicked his tongue. Not only him, but others such as Fu Lady, Chaos Matte Blade, Su Jing and others also looked at Dynamic Light Wave in surprise. It might be because of luck that he has persisted until now, but it is really surprising that he can persist until now after being entangled by Xin Shang Fei at the beginning. Although Xin Shang Fei blocked the entire opponent's team at the beginning, Zheng Qi also launched an attack from the side in time. The pressure he was under was not great, but with his level, he actually didn't kill anyone until now, just because he blocked this guy called Dynamic Light Wave at the beginning. The two have been fighting for 3 minutes now. In these 3 minutes, Xin Shang Fei has occupied the absolute advantage of the offensive, suppressing his opponent with his unique fierce offensive ability, while Dynamic Light Wave often uses a few extremely accurate moves in the head-on confrontation to dodge Xin Shang Fei's moves that want to make him stiffen, and has persisted until now. Of course, during this time, he had been trying to escape, but every time he created an escape route, Xin Shang Fei could accurately block him on the route he wanted to escape, forcing him to continue to tangle with Xin Shang Fei. Oh, this kid is good, Brother Fei, please get out of the way, I'll give it a try. Zheng Qi said happily. Xin Shang Fei didn't say anything, but accelerated his offensive, forcing the opponent to take another step into the encirclement, and then he withdrew. Zheng Qi quickly followed and blocked in front of Dynamic Light Wave. You're thinking too much to stop me. Dynamic Light Wave saw that someone else had changed, and immediately shouted, "Look at my trick." The others were alert, and then saw that Dynamic Light Wave used the Pompey hero card in a flash, and then started with the ultimate cavalry charge. Really cunning. Such thoughts flashed through the minds of others at the same time. Then they began to think, this guy's style, how can it be so compatible with Zheng Qi? Zheng Qi also has this kind of very jumpy style, but can grasp the opponent's mental blind spot very well. This cavalry charge was enough to create a gap in their encirclement, and it happened to be at a time when monsters were refreshing nearby. Plus, there was a boss in the encirclement that was about to go berserk. This was enough to create the best chance to escape. Chapter 129 New Interests. For Dynamic Light Wave, the interception he had just wanted to make was very surprising to him, because unlike his other teammates, his operating ability was quite outstanding, and his points were also very balanced, unlike those teammates whose points were all biased. When other teammates died, Dynamic Lightwave also felt that he was going to die, but the opponent seemed to be stupid and wanted someone to come up and fight him alone. Isn't this giving himself a chance? Dynamic Lightwave, who was happy in his heart, glanced back and immediately judged that although the blood volume of the boss had not decreased significantly during this period, it was close to the blood volume of the final rampage. When it would go berserk, only he could accurately judge, so, after shouting loudly, he pretended to fight the opponent alone, but in fact he was timing and released the ultimate move of Cavalry Charge. The opponent had just used Cavalry Charge to disrupt the formation of him and his friends, and now, facing his Cavalry Charge, no matter how strong he was, he could only dodge. And less than a second after he used the Cavalry Charge, the boss went berserk. The rampaging boss was enough to contain other opponents, and the guy in front of him was also forced away by the Cavalry Charge. It was a good opportunity for him to escape. After rushing out of this area, there will be wild monsters everywhere. With his own judgment and mobility, he can run past the edge of the monster's hatred and use the wild monsters to get rid of these guys. Dynamic Lightwave had a good idea. He was quick thinking and had a very ingenious idea. He wrote a script for a Jedi escape in his mind, but the script just started and stopped. Zheng Qi, who had obviously retreated to the left to avoid the cavalry's charge, was like a god descending from the sky and blocked the only escape route for Dynamic Lightwave, that is, the right side of the cavalry's charge. How is this possible? How much did you add to your bounce points? Dynamic Lightwave was shocked. Not much, but after jumping in the air and adding a skill to attack the city first, have you calculated how far you can jump? Zheng Qi said with a smile, but he didn't stop rushing towards Dynamic Lightwave at all. I'll fight you. Dynamic Lightwave didn't answer directly, but bravely went forward. This guy's operation level is really good. Fule commented while watching. Pay attention to stop the boss. Zheng Qi reminded him that the opponent had not been wiped out yet, so the boss could not be killed at this time, otherwise the boss would still belong to Dynamic Lightwave and his team. It was not a difficult thing for the other 9 people to kill the boss, but it was also a very difficult test to entangle the boss without killing it. However, Zheng Qi would not let them delay too long. 9 heroes, 24 skills were constantly switching on him, and Dynamic Lightwave was not to be outdone, showing his familiarity with the skills, but he seemed to be a little worse than Zheng Qi in operation and reaction, especially when Zheng Qi had teammates eyeing him. He had to be distracted all the time. Brother Fei, come together and double-team him. After a minute of fighting, Zheng Qi suddenly shouted, which made Dynamic Lightwave startled. By the time he realized that Zheng Qi was scaring him, Zheng Qi had already come to him closely and fell to the ground and slid. Dynamic Lightwave quickly rolled to avoid it, but Zheng Qi abruptly stopped the slide, jumped up quickly, and landed accurately on the route of Dynamic Lightwave's rolling. Zheng Qi used his ultimate move, Stab Clean, and accurately hit Dynamic Lightwave. The remaining blood volume of Dynamic Lightwave could no longer withstand the attack of this ultimate move, and he could only turn into light helplessly. Your sister, Dynamic Lightwave's unwilling shouting was still echoing in the air, but their team had been annihilated. Speed up to kill this boss, and we can get 6 today, which is a good result. Zheng Qi said happily. This team is very strong. After killing the boss, Zheng Qi said thoughtfully. The others are average, maybe they have calculated a very strong output method, and the real outstanding one is the Dynamic Lightwave. Brother Fei, have you seen his operation level? Zheng Qi asked. Very good level, very patient, very comprehensive and stable. Zheng Qi answered without thinking. Yes, I'm beginning to wonder where they came from. Zheng Qi smiled. A bit familiar. Zheng Qi suddenly said. It's the same as what I thought, but I'm not sure yet. Zheng Qi seemed to know what he wanted to say and nodded happily. What are you talking about? Yuan Shiquandu asked curiously. Nothing, just one thing I'm not sure about. Zheng Qi smiled and shook his head. The carnival time today was about to reach the deadline, and on the boss list, the team of Dynamic Lightwave still ranked first with 9 bosses, and below them was Zheng Qi's 6 bosses. Theoretically, we should have discovered the existence of these guys a long time ago. How come no one noticed this all morning? Zheng Qi asked curiously. Before all the elite teams took turns to go offline at noon, they were not noticeable at all. At the time, the group of people from Nanguo's unmoved mountain grabbed the most bosses. They suddenly started to explode during the noon break. Filady, who had been paying attention to the boss list, replied. I think these guys will be noticed starting tomorrow, right? Zheng Qi said with a sigh. What will the regional division be like tomorrow? Xinzailan asked. Maybe there won't be any regional divisions tomorrow. We'll take our people and occupy the largest piece of territory then. Zheng Qi replied. Occupy a place where there are no worries. Zheng Qi suddenly reminded him. Well, but such a place must be a battleground for military strategists. Shinny rarely sang a different tune from his boss. The more difficult the situation, the more we can show our strength, said Liu Hanzi. Shinny rolled his eyes, but heard Zheng Qi say, yes, that's right, so let's go upstream tomorrow. Upper Yishui. Yishui is a map, but unlike other maps, the map of Yishui is not square. Although the area of Yishui is also huge, it exists in the form of a river. Although the width of Yishui is quite wide, its length is much longer than its width. Since it is a river, it is divided into upstream and downstream. It is naturally much easier for the upstream to attack the downstream. Therefore, in the carnival of such a map, the upstream has always been the most competitive place, especially in the upstream, where there is no need to worry about the problems behind, and only needs to focus on dealing with possible attacks from one side, and the terrain advantage becomes even greater. Don't forget, we have more people, so it is normal to grab the best territory. Zheng Qi smiled. Shinny had nothing to say about this sentence. This is a very simple truth. Whoever has more people will naturally have more advantages. But tomorrow is a water battle, and many of our members have no experience in this area. Make arrangements, at least 2 teams in a group, don't die, and it doesn't matter if the controlled area is a little less. Butler Meng said. Tomorrow's terrain is actually very suitable for those guys to roam around. Fu Lei suddenly said. Zheng Qi and Zheng nodded at the same time. These people can find ways to move faster than others on flat ground. In the special environment of water, they will probably perform even more exaggeratedly. In addition, the difficulty of water battles is much higher. Not only the Fifth Guild, but other guilds will also take measures to reduce the area to ensure the safety of guild members. In this way, this group of people will have a much larger space to move around. No matter what, we just need to take care of our own little piece of land. Instead of only taking care of a part of the area, it is better to reduce the sphere of influence and increase the control within the sphere of influence. Of course, if I have the opportunity to meet those guys, I will be happy to teach them a lesson again. Zheng Qi replied with a smile. At this time, all the bosses were killed, and the first day of the carnival ended. Next, each guild counted their gains. As the largest guild with the largest number of members, the Extraordinary Guild naturally gained the most. Ordinary wild monsters in the carnival also had a high probability of dropping additional attribute points. As for various material experiences, they were almost certain to drop. After this day, in addition to the general improvement of the members' levels, the material warehouses at the main guild and the branches were also enriched a lot. This enrichment means the overall strength of the guild is increased. After all, while the materials are being enriched, many materials will be exchanged out by players with contribution points. The improvement of players' strength is also the improvement of the guild's strength. This is the meaning of the guild. The strength of each player can be steadily improved, and at the same time, the strength of the entire guild is also improved together. The collective strength is always much stronger than the individual strength, and this is particularly evident in the guild organization. The members of the Fifth Guild were very satisfied with today's harvest. In fact, there was nothing wrong with staying in the Fifth Guild. With a large number of members, any materials could be exchanged. As long as you work hard to contribute, the elite team of the General Assembly can always show up in the world, which can satisfy their vanity. For most of the newbies of the Fifth Guild who have no idea about professional competitions, staying in the Fifth Guild is already a very pleasant gaming experience. Other guilds have learned to accept this. Although the rise of the Fifth Guild has led to their poor performance, since everyone's performance is so poor, it doesn't matter whether it is good or bad. Moreover, they have been affirmed by the club management before, indicating that the situation in the new area is not their problem, which also makes them feel less pressured. However, this newly appeared mysterious team has aroused the interest of many guilds. Such a team can make everyone unable to do anything to them. If they can be recruited, it should be very beneficial to the guild, right? However, after searching for the other party's information, the presidents have more interest in this. Chapter 130. Terrible consequences. After today's carnival, almost all the guild leaders were trying to contact this group of mysterious guys. Although those IDs were very common, it was easy to add them up. A random search revealed that all 10 of the other party were online. After a closer look, the guild leaders began to get excited. This group of guys, each of them had just passed level 28. This area was between 28 and 33. Although players at level 28 could participate, this level was basically at the lowest level of the entire new area. There might be many players with lower levels than them, but those players were basically old players who didn't want to upgrade, but just wanted to get more space in the game. Generally speaking, even if they just played in their spare time, they couldn't reach the highest level, but at least they could reach level 28. Because Football Era has a tradition of taking care of low-level players, that is, when the average level of the entire new area exceeds that player's personal level, the player can get experience bonus when upgrading to avoid being dragged too far by others. Of course, the bonus is only experience, not other materials or something, otherwise it would be too unfair to those players who bravely upgraded. Only level 28, which means these guys rarely play games to level up, but they have such outstanding skills, which obviously means they are talented. Such talents, even if they can't enter the professional team, are very useful in the guild, and they will be very useful even in the myth area to fight for the boss. What is the mission of the guild? In addition to gathering fans, discovering talents is also a very important task. The excited guild leaders immediately wanted to add these people as friends, and then prepared to carry out the great and long-standing action of lobbying, but they soon found that they couldn't add friends. In order to avoid some inexplicable disturbances, many players do choose to turn off the friend addition, but there are two types of closing. One is that the friend application will still prompt. Basically everyone chooses this approach. If you think it is not suitable, you can refuse to accept the friend, but you will not miss any opportunities. As for the second, it is to completely close the friend application channel, and no friend application can be accepted, and there will be no prompts. This setting is rarely done. But all 10 people have set the second method. The presidents have sent many friend requests, but all of them are like a drop in the ocean, with no response. Damn, are you so arrogant? The presidents who felt embarrassed began to curse. They were sure that the other party used the second setting, otherwise they would be very famous in the new area. When they saw their friend application, most people would approve it. Didn't they see that even Reen Pinshan and Yix and Xiang Fei have their friends? Well, I think it's another reason. They may not have closed all the applications directly, but because they're so glorious today, there will be countless people who want to add them as friends. In this case, they will completely close the friend application. Zheng Qi also tried to add the other party as a friend. When he saw that the other party did not respond, he thought about it and said, "That's normal. I can't help but want to harass them." Xin Zhaoyuan replied, "No matter what, pass it on. If you meet them tomorrow, pass the message immediately." Zheng Qi said to Huai Jiangshan. Similar tasks were passed down by other guild leaders, and the friend request was closed. It was still possible to communicate face-to-face in the game. After notifying this matter, Zheng Qi went offline to rest. A lot of things happened today, and he felt a little tired. Master, that group of people must be very familiar with the game, so familiar with such a large map that they can know every detail, so they can create such a miracle. After coming out of the holographic cabin, Butler Meng said to Zheng Qi, "Yes, I think so too, otherwise, even if they add points to speed and flexibility, it is impossible to achieve such a miracle." Zheng Qi nodded. Can they perform such useless but huge calculations? Are these people full and bored? Indeed, they are a little full and bored. Butler Meng agreed with Zheng Qi's words. It is really unnecessary to study the details of ordinary maps in such detail. Maps are staged. Once you pass this level, you'll hardly use them. Investing so much energy in studying these ordinary maps is simply a meaningless dragon slaying technique. The maps in professional competitions are indeed derived from the scenes in online games, but the maps in competitions are not that big. They look similar to those in the games, but the details are completely different. Even professional clubs will only focus on studying the details of all the competition maps. As for the maps in the games, especially the maps in the ordinary areas, there is really no need to study them in such detail. I don't know if they will continue to make trouble tomorrow. If we meet them next time, we can find a way to get them to join our extraordinary guild," Zheng Qi said suddenly. "It's unlikely. If they really put so much energy into studying the details of ordinary maps, then our guild can't afford it. The big guild can ask the clubs behind them and simply pay a sum of money to buy out their research results." Butler Meng shook his head. "Hey, are they doing this to achieve this result?" Zheng Qi was stunned, then asked. "It's possible. Such map research requires a lot of energy, but it is of great benefit to the development of new areas. If this method is exclusively mastered by a club, it will be too easy for the club to train new players. They can madly plunder the bonus attribute points, and then bring more new players with powerful characters to their own guild. By then, this guild will probably become a talent training base for all clubs, and they can make a lot of money from transfers. Butlerman thought about it carefully, and then answered. The ambition is really big. Zheng Qi sighed, but if it is really as Butlerman said, then these guys are really not something they can afford to recruit. This is a group of guys that are enough to change the landscape of professional competitions. Of course, if this kind of thing really happens, it will definitely cause strong interference from the league. No one wants the league to be monopolized by a club, which is not a good thing for anyone. But even if it is just the advantage of gaining more attribute points in the new area, it is also a great enhancement for this club. They can be smarter and only train a few members with powerful roles a year. To some extent, they can take some leading advantages without monopolizing the entire league. This is already a terrible golden finger. Forget it, don't think too much. Zheng Qi shook his head, then touched his stomach and shouted, Uncle Meng, I'm hungry, make me something to eat. Wait a minute, it will be ready soon. Butler Meng smiled slightly and walked quickly into the kitchen. While Zheng Qi was resting comfortably, the bosses of other guilds were busy. They reported the situation of the new area to the club's top management. The guild bosses, who were a little impatient to see these people report again, became interested after hearing their reports. This approach is very important for any club. Find a way to contact them tomorrow. We must know clearly whether they have mastered such means. Almost all the club executives have given such instructions. These elites who have been in the alliance for a long time found out at the first time that if such means are effective for every carnival, how many powerful characters can they create? 3 days, 300 boss refreshes, which means that at most 10 accounts with 300 extra attribute points can be created. What is this concept? The normal 500 points, the 50 points added by the guild, plus the 300 points, that is 850 points, the configuration of a god level account. This is just one carnival. How many carnivals can the new area have? By then, Lucian's first powerful account will not be a big deal. Although this possibility that is 2 against the sky makes everyone feel unlikely to occur, as long as there is such a possibility, it is enough to make the management of the clubs have enough interest. First contract, and then find a way to obtain such a plan to move and fight boss. This is the instruction of the management of each club. Under such instructions, the bosses of each guild are a little sleepless. After all, this is different from the new area. If the results of the new area are not good, the worst that can happen is that the year-end bonus will be affected. The management is generally reasonable and will not cause trouble for them. But this matter is different. It is no exaggeration to say that if this mysterious team has mastered all the details of the map, it will affect the entire professional league structure. Although it seems unlikely now, such serious consequences make everyone dare not take it lightly. So the guild bosses did not sleep well, tossing and turning in bed, unable to fall asleep. They are just ordinary guild managers. In the club, they can only be considered middle level, or even not middle level. But they have to bear such a heavy responsibility. How can I, a good guild president, suddenly be responsible for the life and death of the club? Under such pressure, they are just ordinary people, so naturally they suffer from insomnia. So when the next day came, the guild presidents almost all had dark circles under their eyes. All members will disperse today. If you find the whereabouts of the boss and the 10 people, report them immediately. This is the action code announced by all the presidents today. All brothers, prepare to seize the upper reaches of the Yeshua River. This is the code of action for today announced by Zheng Qi. Chapter 131 The Disappearing Team. When the members of the Extraordinary Guild entered the map, they began to collectively flock to the upper reaches of the Yeshua River and occupied a fixed territory. All the guild bosses sighed. They knew the benefits of occupying a fixed territory. A fixed territory means that the boss that refreshes in this area is almost in the pocket of the guild's elite team. In fact, in the past carnivals, although the guilds fought fiercely with each other, the powerful guilds would still occupy a piece of territory as a basic base. Even if the boss has to fight everywhere, the basic base can allow more players of the guild to obtain a stable monster spawning location, which is also very important. However, they can't do this now. The map is too big, but they need to find that traces of that group of people in time, so they can only disperse their men as much as possible, and scatter them in the entire Yeshua map in teams. While spawning monsters, they should pay attention to the movements of the boss and the team, and then report quickly. In this case, how can there be manpower to occupy a fixed territory? It is understandable that the 5th Guild can do this. They are just an ordinary guild. Although they have so many people now, they have no restrictions on players. Under such circumstances, occupying an area and allowing players to upgrade well is of course the most necessary thing. As for the mysterious team, what is the connection with the Fifth Guild? They are not backed by the club, so how can they imagine what the things shown by this team mean? Only the middle level of the club will be able to notice these things at the first time. When thinking about this, the bosses began to feel a sense of superiority brought by their status. What can your Fifth Guild do no matter how glorious it is? Isn't the focus just on this little piece of land in the online game? And we are the competition that represents the highest level of this game. However, this sense of superiority is only a flash of thought. Then the presidents are about to cry. This decentralized approach has reduced the control of the boss to the extreme. Today's carnival will not cause any losses to ordinary players, but for their elite team, it will be more difficult to beat the boss. And what about the Fifth Guild? As long as they were a little luckier and more bosses were refreshed in their area, their gains would probably be even greater than yesterday. In such a situation, what on earth was so superior about them? The sense of superiority disappeared, and was replaced by a melancholy mood. Zheng Qi and his friends certainly didn't know that other guild bosses had such a complex and rich inner world. They entered the issue map with great ambition, and then smoothly occupied a large area upstream, and then prepared for the start of the carnival. Ordinary players adapted to the activities in the water. After all, not every player had spawned monsters in the issue, and now they had to adapt. Fortunately, they would fight small monsters next. Even if they were not particularly flexible in their activities, they would still have no problem fighting small monsters. Spawning monsters in the water and PK in the water are two completely different things. Ordinary players are not afraid of spawning monsters in the water, but even veteran players are not very good at PK in the water. After adapting for a while, it was 8 o'clock, and before that, the news received by the guild bosses was that no trace of the team was found. They may not appear immediately, but enter the map after the carnival begins. By the time, everyone will be concentrating on killing monsters and will know less about the surrounding situation. This is their chance. The bosses quickly figured out this truth. Before the carnival begins, players can enter the map, and there are no monsters in the map, which allows them to observe around without doing anything. In this case, as long as they appear, they will be discovered immediately. But if it is after the carnival begins, it will be different. It is more difficult to kill monsters in the water than on land. Ordinary players may not take this matter to heart, and the possibility of them hiding will be much greater. However, even if the guild bosses understand this truth, they are helpless. Even if they're the guild bosses, they can't make all members obediently obey. They play games just for fun, and they listen to your commands to give you face. They also expect others not to upgrade and treat your affairs as their own affairs and do it wholeheartedly. But now, they can only use this method. At 8 o'clock, the carnival officially begins. When monsters were refreshed everywhere, the players had a brief panic, but soon, with the support of their teammates, they stabilized their position and fought with the monsters. The monsters in the water also fought with the players on the water surface, so when they were refreshed, you only need to pay attention to the difficulty of positioning and moving more than usual, and you don't need to think too much. As for the difficult task of diving underwater to attack monsters, few players can do it. Of course, if you can constantly move and attack monsters underwater, the efficiency will be much higher than on the water surface. In the setting, except for the boss, the weakness of the monsters in the water is still underwater. The defense of floating on the water surface is still very strong, but the defense of underwater is much worse. As long as you can continue to attack the opponent from underwater under the key protection of the monster, the upgrade speed will naturally be faster. These special terrains are more friendly to players with excellent operating ability. So after the carnival started, the level of the players was soon revealed. Those with high skills constantly dive underwater to attack, while those with low skills stay on the surface to attract the attention of monsters. If a team has two good players who can constantly attack monsters from the bottom of the water, then the speed of upgrading this team will be greatly improved. In this case, a system message soon came out. Player Dynamic Lightwave and 10 others killed the boss Jajinlei. Damn, they showed up. The guild bosses reacted immediately. The first boss of the day was actually found and defeated by these guys. However, the environment of Yishui is also suitable for these guys to profit from it. After all, in order to better protect themselves, players need to be closer to each other, so that there is a larger gap between each other. The monsters in the issue map happen to show their bodies only after entering the hatred range. In this case, the monsters are not triggered, and even if you are next to it, you may not be able to find that the boss is next to you. The larger the gap, the more space the mysterious team has to move. These guys are really good at snatching bosses, but we're not bad either. Zheng Qi and his team also killed a boss. This time, the boss that appeared was the wild boss Prince Dan. There are two types of bosses in the carnival. After the team copy boss is killed, it will definitely drop a hero card, and after the wild boss is killed, it will definitely drop higher level equipment materials. The carnival is very exciting, but also very boring, because it is always spawning monsters, which is very boring. It's just that the soaring experience and games made people not feel boring. Time passed by minute, and bosses were refreshed one by one. Some were snatched away by the mysterious team, and more were obtained by various guilds. The Extraordinary Guild also obtained a lot. At noon, a total of 53 bosses were refreshed. The Extraordinary Guild grabbed 3 of them, the mysterious team grabbed 5, and the others were divided up by various guilds. Their operation may indeed be effective, but the real effect is not as good as we imagined. It is just that there is a more powerful guild. The bosses of each guild reported this news to the boss above during the lunch break. After asking for the details, the bosses of the management asked them to continue observing. It doesn't matter if they didn't find the mysterious team today. After all, such a map is more complicated, but it still needs detailed attention. A team will not get too many rewards, but what if there are 10 teams? Which club doesn't have dozens of potential players in the second team? They can cast a wide net and send out 7 or 8 teams. By then, the boss they snatch will not be 5, but 50 or even 100. What's more, after mastering such technology, how many newcomers will desperately run towards the echelon of this club? Even if you don't want to work in this club, you may create a good account in the echelon of this club. This kind of big killer is the most terrifying. The management naturally would not tell guild leaders about this concern, but just arrange the task. However, the situation in the morning proved that the other party did have a set of effective methods to rob the boss. Even if it could only be used in the carnival, it was a very scary method. The club's management always prepared for a rainy day, especially when it came to issues related to the club's future. They had to be more cautious. As for not being able to find any traces of the mysterious team, isn't there still the third day of the carnival tomorrow? Keep working hard in the afternoon. If you can't find any, keep working hard tomorrow. As long as you can get in touch and get the information back, that's good. After hearing the management's instructions, the guild leaders felt a little relieved. After all, this was not an impossible task, but a normal task. So just work hard. If it doesn't work today, there's still tomorrow. However, with this relaxation and reduced pressure, the guild leaders suddenly felt a little tired, and they all wanted to take a nap before attending the afternoon carnival. However, they knew that they could not enjoy the luxury of taking a nap during the carnival. There were a total of 12 hours, and apart from the necessary activities such as eating, the remaining time was only about 10 hours. Taking a nap, how could they still want to work? So the guild leaders could only yawn as they prepared for the afternoon carnival. Si est escuchando esta novela en un canal distinto a mundo fanfic novelas, significat lo descarga and y subir en cines fuerzos invitamos cordialmente a visitar nuestro canal. Mundo fanfic novelas all encontrar la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos narradores. Te esperamos para sumergirte en un mundo de novelas increíbles. Chapter 132. What do you want? In the carnival this morning, the mysterious team was so elusive that no one noticed them. This made all the guild bosses who cared about this matter, including Zheng Qi, feel very strange. Although the bosses no longer had too much pressure, they still had to do things anyway. With so many people on the entire map, the mysterious team had never been discovered once. Is it that strange? It's normal, after all, this map determines that there will be a lot of gaps. If they carefully choose to attack around places where there are players, then they are more likely to grab more bosses. But let me accept Zheng Qi. Why? Zheng Qi was stunned. Does the gap between players mean that no one will go there to enter the monster's hatred circle? Butler Meng asked. Zheng Qi nodded. But how can those guys avoid the sight of others? Even if there is a gap, it won't be so big that no one can see it. Compared with the city, the water surface is more visible. So when they move, they must have caught the blind spot of the other party's vision. When people nearby are brushing wild monsters, they will look at the monsters and will not pay attention to the water surface not far away. They just take this opportunity to go over. If they find the boss, they can quietly lead it to other places to kill it. Don't forget that they are good at killing the boss while moving. Just let the boss around. After they kill the boss, you see the system message and don't know that the boss is right next to you. Butler Menk said with a smile. It can't be that strong. Zheng Qi was surprised. Maybe it's not that strong, but it should be roughly that capable. Otherwise, how can they grab 5 bosses? As for how strong they are, it is still impossible to judge. After all, maybe they were too lucky this morning. Butler Menk shrugged. Lucky is something that can't be judged, right? Chaos Mad Knight expressed doubts. It's impossible to judge, so we'll know after seeing how many bosses they can kill in the afternoon. Butler Menk said with a smile. The others nodded one after another. Now they really can only wait. If the mysterious team starts to move more carefully and cautiously than yesterday and always moves in the gaps, it's not uncommon to not find their traces that day. If they were really lucky to get 5 bosses in the morning, then the number of bosses they got in the afternoon would drop significantly, right? After all, they got 9 bosses yesterday. Even if they were extremely lucky, it's time to decline. With such thoughts, the afternoon carnival continued. Although there are gaps everywhere, the players of each guild will not be stupid enough to only move in a certain area. Killing a group of monsters and then moving to another place to spawn monsters is the basic rule. So in fact, no matter how big the map is, there are almost no places that players don't reach from beginning to end. So slowly, the news of boss refreshes in various places is constantly triggered, and the elite teams of each guild have also slowly begun to gain. As the system messages were constantly updated, the elite teams began to show their better luck. While Nangu only got 2 bosses in the morning, it actually got 6 bosses in the afternoon, which was a great harvest. The Extraordinary Guild, which performed well in the morning, seemed to have a bit worse luck. It only got 2 bosses, which was a bit worse than their results yesterday. What surprised everyone was that the mysterious team had not grabbed a single boss in the whole afternoon until almost 7 o'clock, as if they had never existed overnight. Ha 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 ha, they really hit good luck in the first half, so they quietly grabbed 5 bosses. Now it's not working, right? Zheng Qi couldn't help but laugh with gloating. At the same time, the bosses of each guild couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The mysterious team didn't grab a single boss in such a long afternoon. Although this can't be said that their operation method is completely useless, it can at least prove that if others deal with them very seriously, then they don't seem to be able to play much of a role. If such a way to snatch the boss that can destroy the balance of the game does not exist, then it would be the best. If it does exist, even if the club with such means can gain a great advantage in a short period of time, once the fairness of the game is lost, then the necessity of the professional football game will no longer exist. An unbalanced system will inevitably lead to destruction. Most people understand this truth, so when they realize that there may not be any invincible way to snatch the boss, they all breathe a sigh of relief. At the same time, they quickly reported this new discovery to the people above. After hearing this news, the management also collectively breathed a sigh of relief. As management personnel, they can naturally think of more things that the guild presidents below can think of. Of course, they will not take it lightly, but notify the presidents to continue to pay attention to this matter. If this mysterious team still has such magical performances in the next carnival, then we should be vigilant. However, there is no need to rush. After all, powerful accounts can only be created in the game. It is impossible to hide it from other guilds. For example, a club has obtained this method and created 100 accounts with 900 attributes in the game in a year without making a sound. This kind of thing is impossible to happen, because if there is any abnormal movement at the beginning, other clubs will have been alerted. If there is really a club that dares to do this, the worst thing is that other clubs will collectively boycott and not play with this club. Even if you have more powerful characters, what's the use if you can't participate in the league? After all, the league requires all teams to participate together, not just one team. This is also the biggest reason why the management of each club did not get angry when they realized that there might be terrible consequences. Today's carnival will last for an hour. Report any movement at any time. When the management of each club arranged the tasks in this way, Zheng Qi and others received news from others. Boss, the dynamic light wave team appeared at coordinates 124, 531. After hearing this news, Zheng Qi laughed loudly. Let's go, guys, let's go and cause trouble for them. The others quickly followed with laughter. Although they didn't know why Zheng Qi wanted to cause trouble for this group of people except that he wanted to fly, they also knew that it was very interesting to bully this group of guys who looked powerful but were actually weak. Hurry up and kill this boss, don't let others find out. I'm so unlucky today, I didn't even seize a single opportunity in the afternoon. Dynamic Light Wave kept muttering while speeding up the output. Little junior brother, don't take this kind of thing so seriously, we're just doing an experiment. One of the team members smiled and comforted him. I don't take it too seriously, but these guys don't know that we are doing a very rigorous and great experiment, and they come to embarrass us like this. They are really short-sighted. Dynamic Lightwave complained. It's okay. Our goal is not this anyway. Besides, except for the time when we were killed by the guy named Green Pinshan yesterday, we have never been caught. This shows that our way of moving is still very scientific. Another person said happily. Well, but we are now in the sphere of influence of the Extraordinary Guild. If we don't output quickly, it will be unpleasant if they kill us again. The third person said with a smile. Yes, speed up the output. Dynamic Lightwave thought about it, and it was the same reason. He stopped wasting time and continued to output. Don't waste your energy. Anyway, it will be a barking for us later. At this time, a voice that made Dynamic Lightwave and others extremely disgusted sounded. The members of the mysterious team had no choice but to stop, dodge the attack of the boss, and then looked around. On the water surface around them, dozens of teams of people appeared vaguely, blocking the surroundings tightly. It would be fine if it was just these people. Obviously, although the water surface can be seen at a glance, the bottom of the water is the best escape route. Even if there are more people, it is difficult to block them. However, the group of people approaching them quickly made them dare not take it lightly. Rin Pinshen, Yixing Xibang Fei, Fanxin Dentu, Yuanzai Guangdao, Shinzai Lang, this group of people were the ones who gave them the only group wipe yesterday. You were killed by us yesterday, and you dare to steal our boss today. You are really brave. Zheng Qi said with a smile. How can you be your boss? It depends on your ability. We snatched the boss with our ability, why do we need to be brave? Dynamic Lightwave said without fear. Yes, so we can also wipe you out and then take the boss back, right? This is also what we got by our own ability. Zheng Qi said with a smile, and then looked at the Dynamic Lightwave. Brother, tell the uncle behind you not to attack the boss secretly, otherwise we will rush over and kill you directly, which will be embarrassing. A member of the mysterious team who was secretly attacking the boss underwater stopped helplessly. Zheng Qi and his team came too fast, and now the boss has only been killed by more than half of its blood. However, although they stopped, the boss would not stop easily and continued to attack them. The members of the mysterious team did not dare to attack, and did not want to be hit by the boss, so they hid extremely awkwardly. However, under such circumstances, their evasive routes can be said to be extremely reasonable. The boss kept attacking them, but each time it failed. They seemed to be in a mess, but there was no substantial loss. It's really an amazing way of moving. Zheng Qi sighed. What do you want? Said the Dynamic Lightwave. Chapter 133 Mobilizing the Masses. What can I do? I'm going to grab the boss. Zheng Qi answered lightly, but the more relaxed his answer was, the easier it would make the other party angry. You're bullying the weak with your numbers. Do you dare to challenge me in a one-on-one duel? Dynamic Lightwave shouted. Why do you dare? We had a one-on-one duel yesterday, and I won. Zheng Qi replied. Dynamic Lightwave was really angry now. You still have the nerve to say that you won yesterday. I was already out of energy, and I was surrounded by you. Even so, I was fooled by you and killed by you. You still have the nerve to show off this kind of victory? Who is talking to you about fighting alone now? To grab our boss, we are playing the game of bullying the weak with our numbers. Zheng Qi said righteously. His shameless look made others a little bit unable to bear it. Yixing Xibang Fei coughed and then stood up. We don't want to do anything else. Can we add a friend to chat? Yixing Xibang Fei asked. Who is the final say between the two of you? Dynamic Lightwave asked. Me. Yixing Xibang Fei said. Zheng Qi kept silent. Although he was the president and Yixin Fei was the vice president, he would not go against the other party at this time. In the eyes of all the members of the Fifth Guild who surrounded them, the other party would definitely agree to this request. It was just a chat, and there were no other requirements. The boss was still allowed to be fought by you. Isn't this a preferential treatment? However, Dynamic Lightwave directly refused. Sorry, I'm not interested. After saying this, he dived into the water, and the others followed him into the water at the same time. They gave up the boss and prepared to flee. Everyone, don't be chaotic, don't dive down, observe around, and report when you see them pop up. I don't believe they can always lurk under the water. Wei Jiangshan shouted loudly. In his shouting, the members of the Fifth Guild, who were a little confused, stopped moving and began to observe around. The number of Fifth and Guild members in this area has become quite large. The wild monsters that refreshed were basically cleared instantly, and it was much easier for them to observe. Zheng Qi and others dived into the water at the same time, followed a certain object and chased after it. Their average operation level is better than that of ordinary players, including Luli, who is the weakest in the team. She has the strength to wend to the myth zone. She has improved a bit during this period of time with these experts. Moving quickly underwater and tracking, which seems to be very difficult, will not really stump her. In this way, the people of the mysterious team are unlucky. Although they move quickly, their way of moving in the water has some advantages, but not too much. Holding your breath underwater depends on your physical fitness. The better your physical fitness, the longer you can hold your breath. Of course, there is a limit to how long you can hold your breath. After that limit, your physical fitness will start to decrease in a step-by-step manner. Although moving underwater requires skills, players with high physical attributes have more advantages. In addition to the relatively balanced points of the dynamic light wave, the points of other people in the mysterious team are very biased. They add a lot of points to speed and flexibility, and less points to strength and physical fitness. Even if they can be more flexible than ordinary people in the water, they can't hold it for long underwater. Soon, someone surfaced and was discovered and surrounded by the players of the Extraordinary Guild. The members of the mysterious team attacked bravely, but were counterattacked by the members of the Extraordinary Guild. Then the members of the mysterious team died. Oh my god, it's so easy to die. The members of the Extraordinary Guild shouted in surprise. He originally thought that the guy who was surrounded by so many people must be the kind of person who could not be killed no matter how hard he was beaten. But now he looked very ordinary. PK in the water is basically a difficult problem for the players of the Extraordinary Guild. So after seeing the opponent emerge, basically the surrounding players attacked together, and all the messy attacks were launched. Some attacks collided with each other and had no effect. There were only a few attacks that hit the opponent's body, and only one of them was lucky enough to hit the face. But it was such an attack that killed a very awesome opponent in seconds. Well, it should be because too much physical energy was consumed underwater. Soon, the players found a reason for themselves. The other 8 people also emerged in other places, and were beaten to death by the members of the Extraordinary Guild who had an absolute advantage. Disperse, disperse. This encirclement was very successful. Thank you all. Wei Jiangshan began to call on the players to disperse. Although the carnival had come to an end, there were still dozens of minutes to level up. These dozens of minutes of leveling up were equivalent to 2 hours at ordinary times, so of course they couldn't be wasted. Is there still one left to kill? A player asked. It's okay. With our elite team, it's enough. Wei Jiangshan replied. At this moment, the other people in the elite team also surfaced and began to entangle the boss, while Zheng Qi and Dynamic Light Wave never showed up. Really don't want to chat. The two of them, one fleeing and the other chasing, had already dived to a very deep place, but the voice system would not be affected by such an environment. Zheng Qi asked while attacking. There's nothing to talk about. Dynamic Light Wave replied, and then suddenly used a cavalry sprint move, trying to use the feedback force of the cavalry sprinting forward to quickly float away. In the water, skills will not be affected. The players will be affected. The reaction force caused by the skills can make the players move faster. Zheng Qi seemed to have guessed that he would do this. When the cavalry charge came, Zheng Qi had already used the Enanzen hero card. He was the first to attack the city. The whole person floated up, past the cavalry charge's head, and chased after the dynamic light wave. Because of the reaction force, the dynamic light wave moved faster at this moment. When it was about to get rid of Zheng Qi switched to Pompey at this time and sent a cavalry charge in the opposite direction. Zheng Qi, who suddenly accelerated, soon caught up with the dynamic light wave. The dynamic light wave was forced to turn around and pretended to confront Zheng Qi head-on, but the whole person suddenly disappeared in the water. Jinx's first skill, Forbearance, can make the player enter the invisible state. Are you stupid? You're invisible in the water. Do you really think that others can't find you? Zheng Qi laughed and shot towards a certain place with a glance. The water area hit by his glance had obvious ripples. However, the sword energy flew over and went straight through without hitting anyone. Zheng Qi was stunned and immediately judged that the opponent had used some skills to cause the fluctuations of the water ripples, which affected his judgment. Only without a substantial attack can the fluctuations of the water ripples be caused. Then the direction in which he moved could only be above his head. In this area of water, other places are still. It is impossible for the opponent behind him to go around so quickly. It seems that escaping from above his head is the only way. Zheng Qi immediately used Ni's first skill, the sword, and the whole person rushed up quickly. The next moment, he realized that he had hit the opponent, a scream was heard, and a ray of light flashed. The dynamic light wave was killed instantly by such a collision. It seems that his physical fitness is not high. Zheng Qi floated upward in some confusion. After chasing for such a distance, both sides began to enter the stage of declining physical fitness, but his physical fitness of 400 points was still more than 100 points. The opponent died after being attacked by him. It seems that his physical fitness was also exhausted. It is estimated to be just over 30 points, but it is no wonder. It is unlikely that he can get so many extra attribute points like me, Zheng Qi thought to himself. While thinking, he sent a message to Zheng Qi to ask for the coordinates of the boss. Zheng Qi sent the coordinates back. Zheng Qi saw that the distance was not far, so he immediately rushed over. When Zheng Qi arrived, the others had almost killed the boss. Zheng Qi quickly joined in and attacked fiercely, and took down the boss. Today, I got 6, which is also qualified. Zheng Qi said with a smile. Didn't you negotiate with that guy? Zheng Qi asked. I ran too fast and didn't have time to negotiate, and he died. Zheng Qi replied depressedly. It's okay. We still have tomorrow. Tomorrow we will be in the Qin Palace. Although the map is more complicated, it is on land. Our numerical advantage can be more obvious and we can better hunt them down. Butler Meng replied. Well, I'm not worried about that. But tomorrow, do we have to use other methods to ensure better hunting results? Zheng Qi said. What methods? Everyone else was stunned. Send a message to the bosses of other guilds, saying that if the traces of those people are found, our elite team can also participate in the pursuit, and join forces with the elite teams of other guilds to completely eradicate these black sheep. Zheng Qi said righteously. Everyone else shuddered. What a big grudge, is it worth hunting down the whole district? Isn't this Zheng Qi a little too vindictive? As a result, they saw Zheng nodded the next moment. Well, this is a good idea. If they can't get by in other places, we can well contain them. We have to create a space for conversation. Don't kill them immediately when chasing them, find a way to drive them to the place we control. Butler Meng also came up with an idea. Doing this, isn't it too obvious to use other guilds? Fulei asked hesitantly. Anyway, they don't have to cooperate, besides, we are not friends with them in the first place, and using them is considered to give them face. Zheng Qi laughed. It is very likely that they will agree, and most likely they will agree to contain them with us, but they just want to use us to entangle that team and create more opportunities for their elite team to come out. Zheng said after thinking about it. Right, using each other, that's it. Zheng Qi said happily. I will contact the bosses of other guilds now. Mobilize the power of the masses and let the black sheep have nowhere to escape. Chapter 134. Profits. When the leaders of the guilds heard Zheng Qi's very righteous words about uniting everyone's strength to deal with the black sheep, they all felt like they were screwed. It's not like screwed, what's wrong with that? Listen to Rinpoche's words, concentrate the strength of all guilds, drive out the black sheep, and ensure the interests of all guilds. Isn't that what the guilds did before? It's just that the black sheep at the time were the guys from the Fifth Guild. They didn't succeed in expelling the black sheep before, but instead let this group of black sheep become one of them openly, and be able to participate in the division of interests. Now they're seriously proposing to encircle and suppress new black sheep. It turns out that the guys who were recruited are the most ruthless of their former colleagues. How did Song Jing treat Wan King, Tianu, and Fan La? Sharing intelligence is nothing. After this day, the bosses of each guild all must know that even if these guys have mastered some great secrets, it is unlikely to have a big impact on the league structure. On the contrary, the interests of all clubs are the same. To nip this possible means of breaking the rules in the bud, in this case, sharing intelligence is of course normal. However, to hunt down those elusive guys, the elite teams must be dispatched, but the elite teams have other more important tasks, such as snatching boss and creating accounts. Besides, Rinpoche of Fifth Guild is now a scourge in the minds of the bosses of various guilds. Most of the things he proposed are traps in them, and they must be prevented. However, Zheng Qi proposed. As long as there is intelligence, the elite team of our Fifth Guild will go over to help, but if it is in the area of our Fifth Guild, there is no need for other elite teams to help. When did the boss Rinpoche become so generous? Nan Luxin said with sarcasm. It's okay. It doesn't matter if we are generous. Anyway, we are always ahead in every boss grabbing, and our account gets a lot of extra rewards. Zheng Qi replied, on the contrary, after these guys grab so many boss, your elite team will have nothing to grab. If there is nothing to grab, they may come to grab our boss. I'm not afraid to tell you directly that we are not sure about grabbing boss with your elite team. If they grab too many boss, it will also affect us. After Zheng Qi said this bluntly, the bosses of other guilds believed it a little. He directly expressed that he wanted to protect his own interests, which make people feel more trustworthy. Then Boss Rin Pinshen should want to get something, right? Qian Qi asked. Of course, these days, no one will get up early without profit. Zheng Qi replied. What do you want to get? Simmons asked. Other guilds should not come to the area occupied by our Fifth Guild. Of course, we are not excessive. It's only 1/10 of the area. Zheng Qi said with a smile. The bosses looked at each other and nodded after a while. This request is not excessive. With the current number of people in Fifth Guild, it is not difficult to occupy a piece of land. Zheng Qi asked others not to send people to grab monsters. This request is not excessive. After all, if other guilds really want to interfere, Fifth Guild has no better solution. Fifth Guild paid the price of the elite team's boss fight being affected to obtain the effect of other members' experience being unaffected. This is also reasonable. Fifth Guild's organization is not as good as other guilds. Although there are many people, the average amount of experience each player has gained in the past 2 days is not particularly much. It's the last day. It is also very important for Fifth Guild to use this matter to let members upgrade faster. Okay, that's a deal. The guild leaders nodded one after another. Agreeing to such a deal would not be a loss for them. Instead, they would have a more reliable grasp of stopping the mysterious team from snatching the boss. The group ran too fast, and ordinary members alone could not stop them. If the elite team chased them, it would be difficult to keep them. If Zheng Qi and his team were added, it would be much better. Moreover, as long as the mysterious group was driven away and could not participate in killing the boss, it would be a victory. The Fifth Guild did not lose anything by doing this. If other guilds did not enter their area, they could send people to guard the boss after discovering it, and wait for Rin Pinshen and his team to come back before killing it. Other guilds did not come in to make trouble, and the mysterious team was watched closely, so their interests would not be affected too much. However, in this case, the division of regions became very critical. If the regions were divided well, each guild's elite team would only guard their own 1/3 of an acre, and the effect would naturally be better. After the Fifth Guild divided a large area, the remaining area was evenly divided among other guilds. The division was soon clear. In the past 2 days, the Fifth Guild did not lose much in the number of bosses killed, but other guilds suffered a greater loss. The Fifth Guild alone took a portion of the bosses, and the mysterious team also took a large piece of their cake. In this way, except for a few guilds that maintained their usual gains, the number of bosses obtained by many guilds has been compressed to a very small level, which is extremely miserable. Entering a more peaceful atmosphere is also what the guilds need. The discussion group dispersed and reunited. After several repetitions, all the bosses felt a little exhausted. It was just a new area, but why was it so troublesome this time? First it was the Fifth Guild, then the mysterious team. The feng shui of this new area is not good. With such resentment, the bosses of each guild ushered in the 3rd day of the carnival. The 3rd day's address is the Qin Palace map. In theory, the Qin Palace is smaller than Yusai City and Jishui, but it will not be reflected in the game. In fact, the area occupied by the Qin Palace is no different from other maps. However, the environment is different. There are countless pillars on the Qin Palace map, which can block the line of sight. At the same time, there will be mechanisms on the ground from time to time, which are completely random. After being triggered, it will not let the player hang up immediately, nor will it reduce the player's blood volume, but it will weaken the player's attribute status from time to time. In addition, the monsters on this map have more or less the function of attacking the vital points. If you're hit by accident, you may be killed instantly. In this way, the Qin Palace map is also considered to be a very difficult map. Compared with Yishui, it is easier to move, but the probability of monster sneak attacks is also greater. Moreover, for players with excellent operation, they can force monsters to the bottom of the water in Yishui to easily harvest experience, but they cannot do this in Qin Palace. After the players from various guilds poured into the Qin Palace, they began to occupy the territory one after another. After the players from the Fifth Guild occupied the largest piece of territory, they began to wait for the carnival to begin. Although the other guilds promised not to invade the Fifth Guild's territory, they still planted a lot of spies in the Fifth Guild. Before the carnival began, they quickly got the news. Rin Pinsheng and others are on the edge of the Fifth Guild's influence and can leave the Fifth Guild's influence area at any time. The bosses of various guilds were slightly relieved. Waiting in such a position, it is obvious that they can enter other areas at any time, which at least proves Rin Pinsheng's sincerity. After discovering the members of the mysterious team, try to rush to the Fifth Guild's area to give them a headache. Almost all the bosses of the guilds made such a request to their elite team members. Some members of the elite team did not quite understand, but soon they knew why these experienced guild presidents made such a choice. Compared with Rin Pinsheng's group, your experience is only half level lower. This half level will be difficult to catch up in the competition, but if they focus more on the mysterious team today, then their level advantage will most likely be caught up by you. The elite teams of each guild have almost the same experience level, and they are among the most experienced in the entire region. However, Rin Pinsheng's team has made full use of their half-level lead, which gave them a great advantage in the previous dungeon record competition. Now if Rin Pinsheng and others chase the members of the mysterious team, it will naturally provide the elite team of this guild with an opportunity to catch up in experience. Not only did they notice this, but Zheng Qi and others were also aware of it. We were a bit too hated before, so it's good to take this opportunity to give up our level advantage. After all, the benefits of the highest level will be just like that. There will be some extra sources of bonuses for extra attribute points. If we can get in touch with the mysterious team, even if we only get some experience in robbing boss, it can make up for the loss of our level advantage. This is what Zheng Qi and Bang said together. Others don't quite understand this, but since these two guys made such a choice at the same time, others can't say much. To put it bluntly, the core of the elite team of the Fifth Guild is Zheng Qi and Bang. With these two guys, each team member has gained a lot of extra attribute points. Even Fu Lady, who has been unlucky for 10 years, has at least gained nearly 40 extra attribute points during this period, which has exceeded his gains over the years. In this case, these two people made this choice at the same time, and others must face it. They believe that Rin Pinsheng and Bang will not risk losing a lot of money to cheat them. There may be people who harm others and benefit themselves, but they will definitely not be these two people. The carnival is about to begin. If you find any news about those guys, please inform us immediately. After sending the same message in the guild channel and the guild leader discussion group, Zheng Qi waved his hand in high spirits. Zheng Qi had high expectations and desires for this last day of the carnival. Chapter 135 Familiarity. When the carnival started, and all kinds of monsters were refreshed all over the map, the guild leaders, in addition to arranging people to regularly kill monsters, also paid attention to the experience increase of the 10 people in the elite team of the extraordinary guild on the level list, in addition to the news of the boss refresh and the mysterious team. The level list shows the specific situation of the player's experience in great detail, but it is only detailed to the extent of a few % of experience. Of course, such a detailed display is naturally not timely. The experience will not jump one level when the player kills a monster, and it will only be refreshed once every half an hour. The guild bosses will naturally not wait foolishly for half an hour to see how much the experience of Zheng Qi and others is increased. Instead, they will remember their experience and come back to check it 10 minutes later, 30 minutes later. The guild bosses were very pleased to see that the experience of Rin Pinsheng's team has only increased by 1%. If it is just brushing wild monsters at ordinary times, the experience increase of 1% in half an hour is already enough. However, in the carnival, with the level and speed of the elite team's monster brushing, it is normal to get 2 to 3% of experience in half an hour. The speed at which Zheng Qi's team gained experience in the past 2 days was like this. Today, although the level list does not show a few tenths of a % of experience, even if Rin Pinsheng's team got 1.9% of experience, it was still a little slower than the previous 2 days. This shows that the team of the Fifth Guild did not really focus on leveling up, and it also gave other elite teams a chance to catch up. If the experience upgrades are similar, then the competition in the dungeon will appear more fair, unlike the previous 2 competitions, when other guild elite teams did not even have the qualifications to participate in the competition. These guys from the Fifth Guild are quite eye-catching, and they know that this won't work. The guild bosses sighed a few words. Rin Pinsheng and his team showed their sincerity, so they naturally needed to give enough responses. Soon, in an area in the middle of the Qin Palace, the guild found the traces of the 10 people in the mysterious team. The guild boss immediately passed the news to Ring Pingshen, and the feedback from other parties immediately proved that after receiving the news, Ring Pingshen and his team began to move quickly towards the place where the mysterious team appeared. Damn, these guys are so hard to get rid of. 1 minute later, Dynamic Lightwave and his companions ran away desperately, but the group of people chasing them this time was obviously not weak, and they followed them closely, making it impossible for them to lead the boss to escape smoothly. When they were besieged before, they were able to use their movement speed and attacks on the boss to lead the boss to run around and win in the chaos, but this time, the opponent's oppression made it impossible for them to continue to create hatred for the boss. Seeing that they might be entangled if they didn't abandon the boss, they could only abandon the boss and run away. After the elite team following them saw that they had broken away from the hatred between them and the boss, they did not continue to chase them, but began to besiege the boss, but Dynamic Lightwave and his companions could not breathe a sigh of relief. A group of familiar people appeared in front of them. You guys are really limbering. Dynamic Lightwave didn't even have the strength to be angry, and could only smile bigly. Of course, it doesn't matter who you are. If you offend our extraordinary guild, no one will have a good ending. Zheng Qi replied. The mysterious team could only keep running away. They were still confident in their speed. In fact, they did keep leaving Ring Pingshen and his team behind during their constant movement. However, their traces were constantly discovered, and the coordinates were reported to Zheng Qi and his team like a stream of water. This allowed Zheng Qi to determine the direction they were moving in even if he couldn't see the moving routes of Dynamic Lightwave and his team. The most terrible thing was that every time they moved to a certain place, there would be a team of very powerful operators, and there were several masters who were only slightly slower than them to pester them. Although there was no way to cause substantial damage to them, it was very effective in slowing down their forward speed. In this way, it didn't take long for Zheng Qi and his team to pester them again like a ghost. In this way, they chased and fled at the same time, and the two sides were entangled for 2 hours. During these 2 hours, Dynamic Lightwave and his team made full use of their speed, but never completely got rid of Zheng Qi and his team. Seeing that Zheng Qi and his team didn't even fight the boss, but just followed the mysterious team, the other guild leaders were very moved, and the news spread one by one, since Ring Pingshen and his team didn't level up anymore and wanted to make things difficult for the mysterious team, giving their elite team the opportunity to catch up with or even surpass their level. They should give them some preferential treatment. The mysterious team's movement method and familiarity with the boss and the map are certainly important, but after watching for a few days, it has not reached the point that everyone worried about before that it could shake the entire league structure, not to mention that the Fifth Guild is not even a club guild, and it is difficult to have any conspiracy to hunt down the members of the mysterious team now. No one is a fool, but the guild presidents thought about it and didn't think that Zheng Qi and his team had any other conspiracy to hunt down the team, so they naturally supported it. In fact, even most of the members of the Fifth Guild's elite team were puzzled by the fact that they were not doing their job and were hunting down the mysterious team. Do we really have such a big grudge against them? Xinzailan couldn't help but say in the team channel. There is not much hatred, but we need to talk to them. Hunting them down is the only chance to talk. Zheng Qi replied. Can you tell me the reason? Xinzailan still didn't understand. It's hard to say now, because I'm not sure. Zheng Qi replied. Me too. Yaxin Shangfei added. In this way, the others had nothing to say. As I said, when Zheng Qi and Yaxin Shangfei have the same attitude towards something in the team, the goal of the team is actually decided, and there will be no other views and opinions. It's just that most of the time, the two of them don't express their opinions. The mysterious team's escape will naturally not flee in a certain direction, but when other elite teams that help to block them intentionally or unintentionally force them towards the area where the extraordinary guild is located, they can only move in that direction helplessly. Zheng Qi and others' pursuit and interception from all sides made the members of the mysterious team jump in even if they knew it was a trap. The key is that they don't even have a chance to get out of the battle and log off. There are always people attacking them, forcing them to stay in a state of combat. Forced to log off. Sorry, there is no such setting in Football Era, only when you're out of the battle or in the safe zone can you log off. This is the rule of Football Era. After bypassing an area, Dynamic Lightwave and others looked at the seemingly empty area in front of them and felt troubled. There are people everywhere, but no one here. Even a fool knows that there is something wrong with this area. But what can they do? Zheng Qi and his men have already caught up with them, they can only rush in with their heads held high. Just as they rushed into the open space, there were at least 100 teams of people coming around from behind the pillars around them, blocking their running route. We didn't rob any boss today. Dynamic Light Wave turned around and said to Zheng Qi helplessly. But you have been making trouble all the time. For the peace of the new area, we must kill you. Zheng Qi said righteously. Stop it. Dynamic Light Wave replied expressionlessly. Zheng Qi chuckled. We don't want to kill you all. Besides, how could such a thing happen in the game? Don't you think so, Diane Guang? How is the saving of the Earth going? As soon as the word Diane Guang came out, Dynamic Light Wave was stunned, trembling all over, and pointed at Zheng Qi in surprise. You, it's me, why is it so difficult to whack you as a friend? Zheng Qi sighed. You made such a big fuss and let the whole district come to hunt us, just to whack me as a friend. Dynamic Light Wave was even more surprised this time. It's not just my credit, if you hadn't made such a big fuss, are these other people your friends? Zheng Qi asked as he accepted the friend request sent by Dynamic Light Wave. They are, never mind, I don't need to introduce them, they have nothing to do with you anyway. Dynamic Light Wave sighed, then turned to the other people and said, It's okay, this guy is my friend, senior brothers, the experiment should be almost done, just leave it at that. The leading member of the mysterious team nodded. Okay, anyway, we can't continue the experiment with so many people chasing us. What about you, junior brother? Aren't they all acquaintances? I'll talk to them, don't worry about it, it's a private matter. Dynamic Light Wave replied. It was past the time limit for leaving the battle, and the other members of the mysterious team didn't say anything, and chose to log off, leaving only Dynamic Light Wave alone. Oh, why are you all gone? Don't level up anymore? It's not okay to fight for the boss, but leveling up doesn't matter. Zheng Qi shouted loudly. Don't shout, they don't have any interest in leveling up. Dynamic Light Wave said with a smile. Everyone else, go away, let's go talk. Zheng Qi turned around and waved his hand, asking the rest of the guild to go away and kill monsters and level up. This was just a small instruction. Seeing that there was nothing else to do, the core members of the guild all dispersed one after another. They also had to seize the time to level up. Now that there's no one around, let's have a good chat. Zheng Qi looked at the Dynamic Light Wave with a smile, and Zheng Qi and Fei also stood aside. The others looked at each other in bewilderment. It seemed that Zheng Qi, Zheng Qi and Fei, and this Dynamic Light Wave were actually familiar with each other. It was a bit of a joke. Chapter 136 Gathering Dynamic Light Wave, of course, is one of the 5 members who formed a team with Zheng Qi in the King of Era live broadcast half a year ago and sweat the world. I'm Light. The 5-member ZY team was a celebrity in the live broadcast industry in the past year, of course, the King of Era live broadcast industry. No other live broadcast team can sweep the entire live broadcast circle like them, and even can often win compared to professional players, but such a team suddenly disintegrated without any warning after a year of glory. First, Super Wins, I'm Light and Call Me Queen disappeared, then the Sears All Water reported that the Dark Knight used external plugins, and the Dark Knight was banned. The Sears All Water never appeared in the live broadcast again. The ZY team that sweat the world disappeared as abruptly as they appeared. Some people think it is a pity, and some people think there must be something wrong. However, for these 5 people, they know the reason clearly, except that others don't know why Haishua suddenly reported Zheng Qi for using external plugins. Super Win's goal is to become a professional player in the football era, and he has to be a very famous one. He entered the new area of the football era, and now he and Zheng Qi are together and have trouble with the major guilds. Although Zheng Qi and Fei has never said that he is Super Wins, he and Zheng Qi are aware of each other's identities. The Queen announced that she had hooked up with Casey and was ready to go on a romantic journey around the world wearing a gas mask. This reason is very strong, so strong that no one else can say anything, and the Queen has indeed never appeared again. It seems that she has found her own happy life. Haishua didn't know where he went. Maybe he didn't dare to show up again after framing Zheng Qi. What about the remaining Diane Guang? His departure at the time also surprised Zheng Qi and others. Diane Guang turned out to be a genius boy. He bypassed the strict identity verification and started live broadcasting at the age of 14. He left the promising industry of live broadcasting at the age of 16, and there was a more promising reason. He entered the Global Academy of Sciences and prepared to fight to save the Earth, and now, Diane Guang appeared in front of Zheng Qi and Zheng Qi and Fei. The 5-member group at the time has gathered 3 people in the football era. Seeing that Zheng Qi and Zheng Qi and Fei wanted to chat with each other privately, the others walked away, although they were very curious about the relationship between these people. Su Jing roughly guessed something. After all, she and Lu Li knew the existence of the ZY team. Although Xin Zhaoyilin and others were familiar with Zheng Qi and knew that Zheng Qi's dream was to become a top professional player in the Football Era League, they didn't know much about his live broadcast. As for the others, they were even more confused. "You kid, aren't you going to save the Earth? Why did you come to the game to mess with us?" Zheng Qi asked first. "You are the ones messing with me, right?" "I'm doing serious scientific research," Dynamic Lightwave replied dissatisfiedly. "What scientific research? How long has the new area been opened, and you were already level 28? You spend at least 6 hours a day in the game, right?" Zheng Qi expressed contempt. "You can't ask someone to level up in Football Era, you can only level up by yourself. Although you were at level 28, which is not comparable to Zheng Qi and his friends at level 34, you're already one of the players who level up quickly. Even if they have excellent operating skills, it is impossible for them to level up in a short time. You don't even know this?" Dynamic Lightwave asked in surprise. "What do you know?" Zheng Qi was stunned. He wanted to fly, but after thinking about it, he asked, "Are you looking for someone to help you level up?" "Brother Fei knows more. As long as you pay, it is of course a very simple thing to help you level up." Dynamic Lightwave snapped his fingers. Zheng Qi finally understood, Football Era game can't be leveled up by someone, but there is indeed such a thing as leveling up, just like they concentrated on letting someone in the team level up quickly before. It's nothing more than letting a group of high-level players level up with you, without forming a team, and the others beat the monsters to residual health, and then let someone come to harvest experience, which can really level up quickly. Players whose levels are lower than the world level have experience bonuses, and if they pay someone to level up, the speed of leveling up is of course fast. There are also many training studios in the Football Era game. These people don't join guilds very often, but just focus on leveling up. After receiving orders, they leave the sponsors to level up. Their goal is to make money, not anything else. There are quite a few such studios. It only took us 10 days to level up to level 28. Dynamic Lightwave said with some boasting. "Then why are you here to grab the boss?" Zheng Qi asked. "Didn't I say it was for experiments?" Dynamic Lightwave said very seriously. "What experiments?" Zheng Qi asked. "From the rules and details of the Football Era game, to infer the origin of this game." Dynamic Lightwave replied. "I haven't read much, don't lie to me." Zheng Qi was silent for a while, and then replied. Zheng Qi and Fei also remained silent. Obviously, Zheng Qi and Zheng Qi and Fei, two guys with decent education but far from the word science, could not have a pleasant chat on such a high-tech topic. "It's just a try. This is a small project of our Academy of Sciences," Dynamic Lightwave said a little disappointedly. "The game of Football Era is too far beyond the existing technology. King Noon's legacy is enough for the existing scientists to live on for a lifetime. He has already explored the universe of higher dimensions, while we are still spinning in the low dimensions. Can you talk about some topics that we Earthlings can participate in?" Zheng Qi asked. "We are just doing experiments. The movement methods and the attack on the boss are all the information collected by the Academy of Sciences before. We just refer to those materials," Dynamic Lightwave replied. "Then those people on your team?" Zheng Qi and Fei asked tentatively. "Oh, they are all seniors from the Academy of Sciences. They are all technical geeks and have no interest in games. They just attack the boss and move according to certain rules. PK them is not good, so you can easily kill them. If you dare to fight them in reality, the federal government will kill you first," Dynamic Lightwave replied. Zheng Qi and Zheng Qi and Fei couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, it was in the game, and hitting people was not illegal. "We haven't hindered the great progress of human development, have we?" Zheng Qi asked. "Do you think you are qualified to hinder it?" Dynamic Lightwave replied helplessly. "That's good, but you won't continue to snatch the boss next, right? This is not a good move, this is to make enemies with the entire alliance." Zheng Qi threatened Dynamic Lightwave. "Our backer is the Federation," Dynamic Lightwave replied expressionlessly. Zheng Qi was speechless now. The professional league is indeed very glorious now, but compared with the Earth Federation, the League Federation is only one word different, but the actual meaning is far apart. How can a private organization and a global top organization be compared? There is no comparison. Don't worry, in fact, we only have the information of these 3 maps, so snatching the boss is just a matter of the next few days. The operation method of the Football Era is too advanced, and our Academy of Sciences only knows some superficial things." Dynamic Lightwave comforted them. "Then the professional league should be relieved." Zheng Qi laughed. What about you? Will you play this game next? Stop it, Diane Wang has a job. Yashing Bang Fei couldn't help but say. Brother Fei, don't think too highly of me. I'm now a member of the Academy of Sciences in theory, but in fact, I'm just a marginal guy in the Academy of Sciences. No one cares about me. I have a lot of free time. I like playing this game. Dynamic Lightwave said with a smile. Oh, then join our extraordinary guild. We are now recruiting talents from all over the world. With your skills, it is not easy to create a powerful account. When the time comes, the three of us will join the professional league together and create a career. Isn't it wonderful? Zheng Qi immediately began to persuade Dynamic Lightwave. He works in the Academy of Sciences, he won't come to play professional games. Yashing Bang Fei couldn't help rolling his eyes. Brother Fei, theoretically it's possible. Dynamic Lightwave hit Yashing Bang Fei's face again. How can you play professionally in the Academy of Sciences? Zheng Qi was surprised to hear this. I'm not a core researcher, I'm just a small staff member on the periphery. It's very common to work outside. I just need to write a report. There are a lot of things to learn in the Academy of Sciences. I don't have much to do usually. It's not impossible for me to play professionally. Dynamic Lightwave said with a smile. The key is to fight side by side with you, Fei Jie, and Lao He. This is the thing I want most in more than a month. What Lao He? Zheng Qi said dissatisfiedly. Aren't you the Dark Knight? Dynamic Lightwave asked. You are not Electric Light anymore, I'll call you Bobo in the future. My name is Ren Pingshan now. You can call me Lao Ren or Zheng Qi. Zheng Qi replied. Bobo is a terrible name. Dynamic Lightwave expressed dissatisfaction. Then call you Xiaobo. Xiaoguang. Xiaodong. Zheng Qi began to ask one by one. Xiaodong, at least Xiaodong sounds like a person's name. Dynamic Lightwave compromised. Now our team has become stronger again. Zheng Qi looked very relieved. What should we do next? Dynamic Lightwave asked. Well, let's let you level up first, then fight a few more bosses to make your account stronger. How many extra attribute points have you got now? Zheng Qi asked. 15. Dynamic Lightwave replied. It seems that you robbed all the bosses, so why don't you work harder? 15 extra attribute points are not enough to qualify for our guild's elite team. Zheng Qi said to Dynamic Lightwave. Chapter 137. Get used to it. Old Ren, how many extra attribute points do we need to join the elite team of our guild? After Dynamic Lightwave joined the Extraordinary Guild, Zheng Qi began to explain to the other guild bosses one by one. The other party turned out to be his acquaintance, and they did not master any heaven-defying operations, but they all added points very biasedly and operated accurately, which caused serious consequences. Now under the earnest teachings of the Extraordinary Guild, they have realized their mistakes and shortcomings, and destroyed their accounts to thank the world. Only Dynamic Lightwave chose to join the Extraordinary Guild to contribute to the peace of the new area. Naturally, no club boss would believe this nonsense, and Dynamic Lightwave joining the Extraordinary Guild also made them feel a little nervous, but what could they do? If Dynamic Lightwave and any of the team joined any of their guilds, it might cause serious consequences. This guild and the club behind it would be wary and targeted by other clubs, but joining the Extraordinary Guild would be very different. Fifth Guild, without the club as a backer, they have no threat, and no reason to obtain that kind of operation to gain benefits. Even if they can gain benefits, it will not be universal. In this situation, the clubs will not be afraid at all. So the other guild bosses accepted the explanation of Fifth Guild and concentrated on the next carnival. Zheng Qi and his team continued to brush boss with peace of mind. In order to block the group of people from Dynamic Lightwave, they did not brush a single boss in the morning. The three boss that refreshed in the Fifth Guild area were all watched by the Fifth Guild, waiting for them to brush. So in the following time, in addition to brushing boss together, the most important task is to help Dynamic Lightwave level up. Dynamic Lightwave was level 28 at the beginning of the carnival. Although he had gained some experience by killing some wild monsters in the past 2 days, he was killed twice by Zheng Qi and his team, losing 20% of his experience, and almost all the extra experience gained in the past 2 days was exploded. So after defeating the boss, Zheng Qi and his team began to help Dynamic Lightwave level up, still the old way. The others beat the wild monsters to residual health, and then let Dynamic Lightwave harvest them. In this process, everyone immediately realized what the characteristics of Dynamic Lightwave were. It was accurate judgment and extremely reasonable grasp of the timing of shooting. Zheng Qi was also a top opportunist. He could create opportunities by constantly moving, but Dynamic Lightwave's grasp of opportunities was different from his. He seemed more passive, but as long as there was an opportunity, he could seize it at the first time. Paving the way for such a guy to kill monsters, the things to do are naturally much simpler. The others just had to output as much as possible, and Dynamic Lightwave could always harvest the monsters with the least health at the first time. The bonus of the level difference, the increase in the number of carnival monsters and the sound of experience, this series of advantages, all made Dynamic Lightwave's experience rise rapidly. This afternoon, generally speaking, ordinary players at level 28 can level up by about 1 level, but what about Dynamic Lightwave? He rose to level 32 inches one breath, the harvest of 4.5 levels, making the gap between him and Zheng Qi and others not so obvious. Zheng Qi and his team have now reached level 35, 3 levels ahead of Dynamic Lightwave. It seems like a lot, but in fact, if you level up too quickly in the carnival, it is also beneficial. The first copy of each character will not be reduced in level. When the copy is opened tomorrow, Dynamic Lightwave can play 15 personal copies and 10 team copies in one go, which is enough for him to reach level 33 again. In this way, the gap between him and Zheng Qi and others is not too far. What surprised everyone even more was that Dynamic Lightwave's luck in brushing monsters during this period was amazingly good. The wild monsters in the carnival have a probability of dropping attribute points. Although the probability is very low, there is a probability. For example, in the first carnival, Sujin got 7 extra attribute points, and Zheng Qi was unlucky and only got 1. There are many players who get double-digit extra attribute points in each carnival, but the probability is low. Once distributed, the probability of professional players hitting such luck is too low, so no professional player puts their hopes on it. But Dynamic Lightwave's luck is amazingly good. In just half a day, in addition to upgrading like crazy, he also continuously obtained bonus attribute points. When Dynamic Lightwave got the first 2 attribute points, the reaction of others was "oh, good luck." But as Dynamic Lightwave got an extra attribute point every now and then, the expressions of others began to gradually become numb. Are you a relative of the system? After the carnival ended that day, Zheng Qi couldn't help but complain. He didn't envy anyone, but in just half a day, in addition to upgrading 4.5 levels, Dynamic Lightwave also successively obtained no less than 20 extra attribute points. What kind of luck is this? At every carnival, there may indeed be a few players who can get more than 20 attribute points or even more, but if calculated by proportion, among tens of millions of players, perhaps only 1 or 2 people can have such good luck. And now, such good luck has fallen on Dynamic Lightwave, and then, Dynamic Lightwave asks Zheng Qi very seriously, how many extra attribute points does your guild's elite team need to participate? The elite team of the Extraordinary Guild actually has quite a lot of extra attributes. The one with the least is Fulei's account. However, during this period, some extra attribute points have been accumulated, and he got about 40 extra attribute points. In this half a day, Dynamic Lightwave got half of what he had gained in such a long time. Although Fulei has long been accustomed to his bad luck, such a sharp contrast made him smile bigly. Well, you are qualified now, but the number of places in the elite team is limited. You need to wait more, you know. Zheng Qi thought for a long time and said something. Yes, my level is lower than all of you now, and I have to practice hard for a while, but it's okay, I can find a trainer, just pay money. Dynamic Lightwave answered very happily. No need, how can the studio's training be as fast as our group of people? Luli laughed and said, I'll just give you my position. It's too hard for me to play with you guys every day. I might as well help Zheng Qi and Swithen to take care of the guild. The guild also needs manpower. When Luli took the initiative to say this, everyone else was surprised. This was a productive sacrifice. You know, although Luli is the worst one in the elite team of the Fifth Guild, her level is much better than most of the newbies of the Fifth Guild. It's an extremely comfortable thing to follow others to get experience and attribute points. Shaoli, are you serious? Sujin asked in surprise. Luli hadn't discussed it with her before. It's true. I didn't want to play dungeons with you guys for a long time. It's very stressful. Didn't you have no suitable person before? Now there is a suitable candidate. I'll quit. Luli said without any hesitation. Seeing Luli's determination, the others were at a loss for words. She was a man of high moral integrity who gave up her position on her own initiative. Besides, the guild was indeed lacking management. If she went to help the guild, both sides would be strengthened. That's fine. Although our overall leveling speed will slow down, we will be more competitive in the carnival. Butlerman nodded and agreed with this statement. Giving up the level advantage a little bit was something that had been prepared before. Now that Dynamic Light Wave had joined the elite team, it just made the elite team of the Extraordinary Guild completely lose its level advantage. On the contrary, in the next carnival, with the addition of Dynamic Light Wave, the strength of the elite team of the Extraordinary Guild would become even stronger. During the half-a-day monster hunting, Dynamic Light Wave also told everyone some new movement skills and the mastery of mad details. Such movement was not something that everyone could learn. It required a strong overall view and precision of operation. Others had adapted well, but Lu Li did seem a little weaker in such a situation. Replacing Lu Li with Dynamic Light Waves, the movement speed of the entire team has increased by more than 20%. Fast movement speed can play a greater role in the fight for boss. Perhaps what really made Lu Li determined was the fact that she was making slow progress in such specific movement skills. Even if you leave the elite team, don't give up on your training. Your foundation is average and your talent is average, but if you persist in training, your strength will still improve steadily. Butler Meng sent a private message to Lu Li. I know, although I don't expect to be a professional player, I am still confident that I can be a good player among ordinary players. Lu Li replied with a smile. After the carnival ended that day, Lu Li came out of the holographic cabin and saw Su Jin, who had left earlier, standing in front of her. Her expression looked a little sad. Sister, you are making rapid progress. Maybe you can really become a professional player in the future. As for me, my talent is just like this. It is enough for me to help you manage the guild. Lu Li said to Su Jin with a smile. I thought I could go on with you. Su Jin was a little sad. Originally, when they moved to a new area, they wanted to start over in the new area and help Zheng Qi. However, as Su Jin's talent gradually emerged, the two close sisters seemed destined to take different paths. Lu Li didn't care. Isn't it my duty to help you? I'm used to this kind of thing. This was Lu Li's answer, and her smile was no different from usual. Helping in the guild is also helping Su Jin. Su Jin wants to help Zheng Qi, and Lu Li only wants to help Su Jin. Chapter 138. Gradually fallen behind. At the end of the third carnival, the bosses of all guilds were both happy and worried. The happy thing was that the elite team of their guild finally caught up with the experience of the elite team of the Extraordinary Guild after the last day of catching up, and even surpassed it, although on the first day of the opening of the new area, all the elite teams started from the same starting line for the dungeon record, but the higher experience meant that they would be ahead of the guys of the Extraordinary Guild in the next dungeon record competition. The worry was that in these 3 days of the carnival, the games of the guilds on boss were still not as good as before. The disruption of the mysterious team reduced the number of boss refreshed in the entire carnival by nearly 10%. There were only so many boss in total, and some were taken away by the mysterious team and some by the Extraordinary Guild. The overall number was reduced, and the amount shared on their heads was naturally less. Compared with the last carnival, the boss income of many guilds shrank again. Of course, the temporary failure could not reduce their fighting spirit, and the development of the new area would be immediately put on the agenda of each guild. The new area is developed like this: until the general level reaches 80, the capable ones enter the myth area, and the incapable ones continue to mix in the ordinary area. The materials in the ordinary area are also of certain use to the club. Each guild will still retain the guild configuration in the ordinary area to participate in the competition for materials and organize fans to watch the club's games, so even though at least half of the players will leave after the development of the ordinary area, some go to the myth area, some go to the new area, but there are still many players left in the ordinary area. The harsh conditions of not allowing people to play for others and entering the myth area in the football era have kept a large number of players in the ordinary area. The advantage of the ordinary area is that the competition is not so fierce, and you can enjoy more leisurely and have enough space for activities that you can't enjoy in reality. However, for newcomers, every time a new space is opened in the new area, it is a new education for them. The heroes that can be obtained next will be different from the previous ones. Our previous heroes were warriors and assassins, and the heroes that can be obtained next are counselors. Butler Meng said to Zheng Qi and others that it was very stressful for Butler Meng to lead such a group of talented but mostly new players, but the good thing is that these guys are at least very obedient. Counselors. What's the use? Zheng Qi asked, is it just to white blood or something? That's one of the functions, but counselors can do much more than you think. Butler Meng smiled. I've also watched professional games, Zheng Qi muttered. The next map is based on the Battle of Guandu during the Three Kingdoms period. The three areas are Bamos Lope, Yanjin Kao and Wakanao. The heroes that can be obtained in the team dungeon are Zhu Yu, Yuo Jie and Jie Zhu, three top counselors. They may not have strong frontal combat capabilities, but their skills can play a huge role in battle. Butler Mink said. How much of a role? Zheng Qi continued to ask. You'll know when the time comes. Butler Mink said, let's go to the team dungeon first. Although we are behind, we can still compete now. Just like the previous team dungeon exploration, other guilds can send death squads to explore the details of the dungeon, while Zheng Qi and his team can only rely on their own skills to aid through the mines in the dungeon. Although Lu Li said that she wanted to be an ordinary guild member, Dynamic Lightwave had not yet caught up with their level. Naturally, Lu Li had to stay in the elite team for the time being. When the elite team set out to open up the dungeon, Dynamic Lightwave had already worked hard to gain experience and level up in his own dungeon. There was still a gap of nearly 3 levels, which was not much to say, but it was actually very difficult to catch up. After finishing all the personal and team dungeons, Dynamic Lightwave still found a studio to level up with himself. Only in this way can he level up faster and not delay Zheng Qi and his team's leveling speed. After all, his level is relatively low now. As long as he is willing to spend money, there are many studio members with experience in the first echelon who are willing to lead him. There are quite a few of these people on the level list. Generally speaking, those who do not join the guild are basically studio trainers. Experienced ones can tell at a glance. These people often add a suffix of studio to their names to prove their identity. They do not join the guild to ensure their independence. After entering the new area, they start leveling up and always stay in the first stage. They do not grab resources or conflict with others. They are extremely professional. After finishing the dungeons they could, Dynamic Lightwave received some bad news. In the competition for the team dungeon, the elite team failed. Although they finally persisted to the end in the Behemoth dungeon and gained experience, 4 people died in the dungeon and failed to get the clearance record. After the first failure, they naturally would not get the next 5 records. In the end, after a series of competitions, the competition for the team dungeon was won by Liu Shibo and others from the Fengyang Qin Guild, which made them feel proud. In the individual dungeons, only Zheng Qi and Yixing Xibang Fei each got a reward point, and the other 3 reward points were also taken away by others. For a while, the Extraordinary Guild, which had been in great glory since the beginning of the new area, seemed to be in a difficult situation. Zheng Qi and his team didn't care about this temporary failure. Even though the number of players joining Fifan Guild decreased significantly after such a result, and many players chose to quit Fifan Guild and join other clubs and guilds after knowing the importance of the club, such a result was not a bad thing. After all, those who could stay were at least players who had enough feelings for Fifan Guild. We were a bit hated before, but it's okay to be low-key now. This is Zheng Qi's opinion. Although they were silent during this period, they were not idle. Through the continuous experience and materials of the dungeon, they basically increased their hero cards to 12. The possession of the 3 famous counselors, Zhu Yu, Yuo Jie and Jie Zhu, means that they need more training. The new area of football era can actually be regarded as a training process, especially for newcomers. The first thing newcomers come into contact with is the combat-type hero, and the next one is the assassin who needs more operation. Now they are in contact with the counselor hero, which requires them to improve their understanding of that game itself. Although Zhu Yu, Yuo Jie and Jie Zhu are all counselor-type heroes, there are great differences between them. Zhu Yu's first skill can restore physical energy, the second skill can increase the defense of his own side and everyone, and the third skill can remove bad conditions and greatly increase attributes. He is a pure blessing hero. Yuo Jie's skills are more flexible. The first skill can increase the vision of teammates, the second skill can teleport teammates to a certain area, and the third skill can enhance the skill damage suffered by the opponent. Each skill seems to have no practical use, but if it is operated well, it can play an extremely substantial role. Jie Zhu's skills are more offensive. The 3 skills have the characteristics of blocking the opponent's advance, setting traps to trap the enemy, and greatly weakening the opponent's attributes. He is a hero who harms others and benefits himself. These 3 heroes seem to have no substantial effect, but if used in battle, they can add maximum variables to the battle. The 12 heroes so far have actually roughly shown the categories of all heroes: combat type, defense type, blessing type, sneak attack type. Although the other heroes that follow are of various types, they are also inseparable from these categories. If you can familiarize yourself with the skills of these heroes, you can also play well in Football Era. It sounds simple, but among 10 Football Era players, not one may be able to familiarize yourself with these skills. Otherwise, there are no less than 1 billion Football Era players in China alone, but the professional players in the 2-level leagues combined are only about 1,000 people. These professional players are truly 1 in 100,000. In professional football 100 years ago, China's numerical advantage did not seem to be reflected. The small number of registered players made it reasonable for Chinese football to be weak. There are many people who like football, but there are only so many people who play football. How strong can the football level of the entire country be? Now, China's numerical advantage has really been demonstrated. Almost most people in China are players of football era, and the professional players emerging from them are enough to become the best players in the world. The level of the world football era is basically determined by population. The more populous a country is, the better its level is. In this regard, the countries in West Asia have suffered a great loss. Although they also have many countries, no country has so many players, and they are defeated by the competition with East Asia. Europe has also suffered a loss. Europe, which originally represented the highest level of world football, is now weak in overall strength in the world. Asia and North America, two continents that were not strong in the football world, have become the two continents with the highest level in the football era. Of course, this has nothing to do with Zheng Qi and his team now. The three newly appeared heroes can bless the status, restore blood to teammates, hinder the opponent's progress, teleport teammates, and lay traps. These heroes' skills are very different from before, and it took them some time to adapt. It is necessary to spend some time at this time. New types of heroes need time to master them thoroughly, said Zheng Qi. It just so happens that the dynamic light wave is still being upgraded. We can just get familiar with the hero first and wait for his level to catch up. Zheng Qi remained optimistic enough about this. Si es escuchando esta novela en un canal distinto a mundo fanfic novelas, significat lo descarga and y subir en cines fuerzos invitamos cordialmente a visitar nuestro canal. Mundo fanfic novelas all encontrás la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos narradores. Te esperamos para sumergirte en un mundo de novelas increíbles. Chapter 139. Make up for the losses for Zheng Qi. The progress of their elite team during this period was indeed a bit slow. Before the third carnival, Zheng Qi's elite team had a half-level advantage over the elite teams of other guilds. Even when all other guilds united to chase and intercept them, they still used the terrain to kill many opponents and did not affect their own upgrades. However, when other guilds were somewhat helpless and took the initiative to give up interfering with the elite team of the extraordinary guild to continue to lead the level list, their own upgrade speed suddenly slowed down. From the half-level led before the third carnival, in the half-month after the third carnival, the elite teams of other guilds took the lead in upgrading successfully and competed for dungeon records and rewards separately, but the elite team of the extraordinary guild had already fallen behind the other elite teams by an average of 1 level. It can be seen that their experience progress during this period was not very great. After all, they are newcomers. At the beginning, they were interested in upgrading. Now, when the passion begins to wane, they need to rely on sufficient professional qualities to be self-disciplined. Our elite team has such self-discipline, but Rinping and his group of guys probably don't have it. It's a pity. They have made such a good start. However, if they continue like this, their characters can probably reach the threshold of 700 professional players. But if that's the case, players like them won't have much value. Many professional club intelligence officers who were paying attention to Rinping and Zheng Qi sighed. In their opinion, it was a pity. Such a potential newcomer missed such a good start because he didn't have enough professional self-control. Even if they could create a strong account in the new area, it would be a waste of a year. This is also the price the grassroots players must pay, because there is no one to guide them. However, what everyone doesn't know is that Zheng Qi and Zheng Qi have never slacked off. The reason why their upgrade speed slowed down in the past half-month was, first, because they had to get familiar with the 3 new heroes through training, and second, they had to wait for the level of dynamic light wave to catch up quickly and officially join their elite team. If any team wants to be excellent enough, it is not just a group of people who are put together. The overall excellence of the team requires mutual cooperation. Instead of barely upgrading to maintain the level advantage, it is better to stop and wait for the teammates who are catching up. Obviously, dynamic light wave is catching up very fast. Maybe because of their young age, the members of the elite team such as Zheng Qi only play games for about 12 hours a day. They always have to take a break and have their own entertainment. For example, Zheng Qi likes to run in the community, and Su Jing and Lu Li have to go shopping every day. The advantage of a large shopping mall is that you can spend a long time in the mall and don't need to change into a gas mask to filter the air at any time. Dynamic light wave changed his previous attitude of playing casually and almost soaked in the game day and night. In addition to ensuring 8 hours of sleep every day, he almost spent the rest of the time leveling and killing monsters in the game, just going out for a meal in the shortest time. With such efforts and the hard work of training, the level gap between him and Zheng Qi and others began to narrow. Finally, when Zheng Qi and others reached level 38, he finally caught up with Zheng Qi and others. "How about it? Am I awesome?" Dynamic Lightwave said proudly. "So slow, it's a drag on us," Zheng Qi said. "Why is it a drag?" Dynamic Lightwave asked dissatisfiedly. "Those guys are almost level 40, and the 4th carnival is about to begin." Zheng Qi pointed at the level list and shouted. "Originally, we were the ones who triggered every carnival, and now such a great honor has disappeared halfway. You can't blame me for that." Dynamic Lightwave looked at the unreasonable Zheng Qi helplessly. "In short, Feiji and I lost 20 extra attribute points, and they all lost 12, all for you. How were you going to compensate?" Zheng Qi asked. As soon as this was said, everyone else felt that Zheng Qi was a bit too much. Indeed, due to the level, the elite team of the Extraordinary Guild was not able to grab the 1st and 5th records of the 3 recent team dungeons. If you count it, each member did lose 12 extra attribute points, but there is no fixed rule for this kind of thing. Who says it will definitely be yours? Then what do you want to do? Dynamic Lightwave seemed to have no anger. "In the next carnival, you know what to do. If you don't get 10 every day, it will be considered a failure," Zheng Qi said with a smile. 10? Then you have to keep up with my movements next time. Dynamic Lightwave thought for a while and then said. "During this period of time, we have been practicing the way of movement. The skills of the new hero are very useful in this regard. What we lack now is your participation. It is not fast if one person is fast, but the whole team is fast, which is the real speed." Zheng Qi smiled. "No way, what can you do?" "It took me a month to master the method of moving with other brothers. And do you think it's easy? I'm not familiar with your movements, how can I easily join in?" Dynamic Lightwave was really a little excited, he shouted loudly. At this time, the others began to look at him with a half smile. Seeing such eyes, Dynamic Lightwave began to realize that something was wrong. Could it be that you? Dynamic Lightwave's mind turned quickly. "That's right, what we lack now is someone like you. Join in, move in the way we're most accustomed to, and see if others can cooperate with you," Butler Meng said with a smile. Dynamic Lightwave looked at Butler Meng in disbelief. He would never believe that others could quickly integrate with him after knowing his way of moving. In this case, there is only one possibility, that is, this Butler Meng has trained a set of moving methods during this period of time, and also left him with a gap for cooperation. Theoretically, if you're extremely familiar with the game and know everyone's characteristics, you can do this, but Dynamic Lightwave doesn't believe that the other party can understand all the details of his movement clearly after just a few simple contacts. Dynamic Lightwave is a genius, otherwise he would not have entered the Academy of Sciences at the age of 16. However, he also firmly believes that geniuses must be reasonable. There is no reason why anyone can do this. Maybe it won't be so perfect, but I estimate there are still 2 days before the carnival, which is enough time for you to get used to each other. Butler Meng continued. Dynamic Lightwave thought this was reasonable. He roughly judged his own level and then set up a set of methods for others to practice moving. This is definitely something that can be done. After all, he has shared that set of moving methods before. I modified 2 positions of the movement method you mentioned, and it seems more applicable. Butler Meng added a sentence, which made Dynamic Lightwave feel a little unconvinced again. The basis of this movement method is the data collected by the Academy of Sciences for so many years. After joining the Academy of Sciences, Dynamic Lightwave had nothing to do at the beginning and was a little bored, so he used his rich gaming experience to create such a movement method based on the data. Then he also asked 9 senior brothers to come to the game to experiment with him. He didn't think about anything else when he came up with this thing, just for fun. But even if it was for fun, Dynamic Lightwave also felt that this movement method could be said to be perfect. It could be like a fish in water in various environments, and increase the speed of movement little by little. This unremarkable uncle could actually say that he corrected 2 deficiencies. Impossible, uncle. Unconvinced, Dynamic Lightwave began to listen to the 2 unreasonable places mentioned by Butler Meng. At first, he was a little disdainful, but soon, he found that what Butler Meng said was really right. Dynamic Lightwave was a young man, and he did not achieve perfection when exploring the way to move. In fact, it was inevitable that there would be omissions. However, it was actually discovered by others, which surprised Dynamic Lightwave. "You can find this?" Dynamic Lightwave asked in surprise. "It's quite obvious." It's a problem if you can't find it. Butler Meng replied calmly. Our Uncle Meng is proficient in the football era. There is basically nothing he doesn't know. Zheng Qi praised. No, I don't know a lot of things, and Xiaodong's way of moving can be regarded as a major innovation. I just pointed out a small flaw in it. I believe that if this way of moving is spread, it will even have a certain impact on the next professional games. The rhythm of the game will be faster, and it will also change the way of playing to a great extent. Butler Meng said seriously. Old man, you are really a person with vision. Seeing that Butler Meng praised the way of moving that he had come up with so much, dynamic light waves' dissatisfaction disappeared, and he shook Butler Meng's hand excitedly. So our Uncle Meng has set the movement mode for the whole team. You need to train well and integrate into our team. Only in this way can you make up for the losses you caused in the next carnival. Do you understand? Zheng Qi pulled dynamic light wave over and said to him. Don't worry, I'm already very skilled. You should know this. Dynamic light wave patted his chest and said confidently. Last time, my brothers just memorized some movement modes and ways to deal with boss, so they were weak in PK. Now it's different for you. Not to mention 10 at a time, even if there are 20, I am confident. We can't do too many, otherwise, we will be targeted by others again. Zheng Qi laughed. Chapter 140 Influence. For the Extraordinary Guild, the fourth carnival was not triggered by their elite team being the first to reach level 40, which made many players in the guild feel a little frustrated. After all, during this period of time, they had become accustomed to the guild having such a strong team, always leading the level list of the entire region, and constantly creating records. However, in the past half-month, their progress has begun to slow down, and the dungeon records have been constantly snatched away by the elite teams of other guilds. They haven't seen the members of their guild on TV for a long time. This is indeed a bit frustrating. However, it has been half a month, and most of the people who want to leave have left. The players who stay at least have feelings for the guild, or they don't have a special preference for the club. The number of such players is actually quite large. Many players join club guilds just because the club guilds have better benefits. For them, it doesn't matter which guild they join. In other districts, although the club guilds are the most popular, there are also many ordinary guilds that can survive. The special thing about District 108 is that Zheng Qi and Yasheng have a great reputation from the beginning, which attracts more players. This situation is almost impossible to replicate. Before the fourth carnival, the bosses of various guilds were eager to get better results in the carnival. Of course, they have such confidence. After all, the elite team of the Fifth Guild has gradually fallen behind. At the same time, if no one messes up, even if the Fifth Guild can get as many bosses before, the impact on them is not particularly large. They can compete with each other. Even if some guilds suffer more losses, there will be many guilds that can get the same benefits as usual. However, after the first day of the carnival, all the guild bosses began to smile bigly. The number of bosses obtained by the Fifth Guild did not increase exaggeratedly, but they got 9 bosses, which made the benefits of other guilds, which were at most 5 bosses, pale in comparison. In the first 2 carnivals, the Fifth Guild was able to get an average of 6 bosses every day, which was already a very strong number. Such a steady acquisition of bosses was enough to prove their advantage. Where was the advantage? It was the number of Fifth Guild members. Their number was more than 4 times that of other guilds. A large number of members meant that they occupied a large territory. With a large territory, the number of bosses refreshed on their territory might be more, so it was normal to get such a result. But what about now? The growth of players in Fifth Guild has begun to stagnate, while the increase in personnel in other clubs and guilds has begun to return to normal. Under such circumstances, the advantage of Fifth Guild should theoretically shrink, but not only did it not shrink, it also soared by 50%. Fifth Guild grabs 3 more, which means that all guilds have to grab 3 less. Although it seems that there is not much data sharing, the loss is real. The dynamic light wave joined the Fifth Guild, and it must have brought them this way of moving. The bosses of each guild were not fools, and they immediately reported the news. The Fifth Guild is not a club guild, so they don't have to think about the future. 9 bosses prove that this set of movement can improve their strength a lot, but it won't make their strength too exaggerated. We shouldn't worry about this. The number of 9 bosses means that this movement method will not have a particularly big advantage. At the Southland Club that night, Chen Feng and the senior management of the club discussed this issue. Is it possible that they deliberately didn't exert their strength? A senior executive asked. They had to care about this issue. It is possible, but it is unlikely. The reason I said before is that the Fifan Guild is not a club background. Their leaders are two very talented newcomers. Newcomers don't consider the long term. If they can grab 10 bosses, they will definitely not grab only 9, because grabbing one more means one more attribute point, which can make their characters more powerful. Chen Feng replied. The senior executives nodded repeatedly. This principle is actually very simple, and Chen Feng's analysis is more thorough. Of course, even if this set of movement methods does not improve the overall speed much, we still need to pay attention to it. The technical department of the club needs to work hard in this regard. The improvement of the movement method means that the rhythm of professional games will be faster, and all tactics will also need to be changed. If we can take a step ahead in research, we will have a certain advantage in this year's professional arena, and it is very likely to break the monopoly of Chen Feng and Tin He on the league. Chen Feng's resounding words moved the management of Nanguo. Yes, since the rise of Chen Feng and Tin He, Nanguo has suffered the most damage. The last time they won the league championship was 4 seasons ago, and that season was Lu Xiaoshen's first season in the professional league. After Lu Xiaoshen's rise, Nanguo ranked 3rd for 4 consecutive years. This result is very good for other teams, but for Nanguo, a super team with a long history and once had the top partner Meng Fifan and Chen Feng, it can only be regarded as a failure. Football era has been developing for so many years, and the technical breakthroughs seem to have been finalized. However, now there is the possibility of faster movement speed. There is no doubt that this will bring a new change to the professional games of football era. Just like the professional football games in the past, every time there is a change, the team that can take a half step ahead can dominate the football world for a period of time. Although such a domination cannot last too long, after all, there must be a law to break it, but even a short-term domination is enough for this team to get enough satisfaction. Now that such an opportunity has come, it is of course a good opportunity for Nanguo. All clubs know this news, but there must be a difference in speed in research. Those who can research it quickly can take the lead in this year's professional competition. This year's professional league has started for almost 2 months, and the schedule has passed 10 rounds. Tin He and Chen Feng are entangled in the top 2 positions in the league. Tin He now has 7 wins and 3 draws, and Chen Feng has 8 wins and 2 draws. The results of both teams are quite outstanding, while Nanguo has already lost a game and is gradually fallen behind. If they can make some progress in this regard, then Nanguo still has a chance in this year's league. Even such a change is disadvantageous to the 2 leading teams, Tin He and Chen Feng. After all, they have an overall advantage now, and the change in the entire league is of course quite disadvantageous to them. Unless they are also 1 step ahead of other opponents in this research. And this is unlikely, because although Tin He and Chen Feng have achieved excellent results in recent years, in terms of foundation, they are not as good as traditional strong teams such as Nanguo, Shenhua, and Xinfeng. Before the rise of Lu Xiaoshen and Li Qing's, they were just a mid to upper level team, and it was difficult to win 1 or 2 championships. The results over the years are not very good, and their foundation is certainly not very strong. In addition to having money to invest in the technical department, it also needs a large number of talents familiar with the game. These talents cannot be cultivated in schools. They are often former top professional players who can play a big role in specific research. There are many places for professional players to go after retirement. Many of them, like Chen Feng, have transformed into coaches. Some will become commentators or special commentators, but more of them will enter the technical departments of various clubs and contribute their knowledge of the football era that they know and are familiar with. This is the most important foundation of a club. The training system owned by each club cannot be developed without the participation of these people, because they know what environment can best test people and what environment will have better training effects. The football era professional competition, on the surface, is just a competition between 11 players on each side on the court, but in fact, it is an all-round competition of the entire club. From this aspect, it can also be seen how strong Lu Xiaoshen and Li Qing's are. The overall level of Chen Feng Club and Tin He Club is not particularly outstanding. Their performance on the field will also be dragged down by the club invisibly, but they rely on their own strong strength to dominate the entire league. Thinking of this, Chen Feng felt a little annoyed. Can we contact the people in the extraordinary guild and get this training method from them? It's okay if we pay a little more. Someone from the management of the Southern Kingdom asked. Of course this is an option, but I don't want to use this method. This will be a lack of trust in the technical department of our club. Chen Feng was full of confidence at this moment. If there is such a way of moving in this world, they will definitely be able to research it. Of course, more importantly, I don't think that I can buy this way of moving with money. If I can buy it, I don't mind, and I can persuade those stubborn guys in the technical department to accept such behavior. Okay, I respect the choice of the technical department staff, but if other clubs buy it and we don't, then we will suffer a greater loss. Don't forget that Teen He and Zheng have had high incomes in recent years, and their technical strength is relatively weak. They are the most likely candidates to spend money to buy it. The senior management of the Southern Kingdom made the decision. Chen Fen nodded silently. Although he was stubborn and proud, he knew what approach would be the most beneficial to the club. And he had a vague feeling, even if the wealth of professional clubs was an astronomical figure for ordinary people, it would be difficult to impress those guys in the extraordinary guilds. This was probably influenced by his beloved disciple Liu Shibo. After suffering a lot of losses from Ring Pingshan and Yixin Xiangfei in the new district, Liu Shibo always respected these two guys. Would such a person be moved by interests? Chapter 141 Our goal. What? Your club is willing to pay 100 million to buy our mobile method. What? As long as the price is not too high, you will agree? Boss Nanxing, if I say we don't have this mobile method, will you believe it? After closing the communication channel, Zheng Qi said to Dynamic Lightwave with a wry smile. Xiaodong, your mobile method is so popular. Really? I didn't know, but it doesn't belong to me. Dynamic Lightwave said in surprise. 100 million, you don't want it? If every club sells it for 100 million, it will be 10 billion after rounding up. Zheng Qi sighed. What do you think, Laurine? Dynamic Lightwave asked back. I don't think it's useful, I think I'll just sell it. This moving method is yours, you have the exclusive copyright. Zheng Qi laughed. If you want to sell it, then sell it, take the money and split it among us, just like the live broadcast at the time. If you don't want to sell it, then just pull it, just say we don't have this moving method. Yixin Xiangfei nodded. Well, if you want to sell it, but you don't have to split it, it belongs to you. It doesn't belong to me either, I said, the basis is from the research data of the Academy of Sciences, I just sorted it out. Dynamic Lightwave said distressedly. It's a lot of money, but it's not mine, how can I sell it? Then go to hell, I'll reply and say we don't have any moving method, it's just a coincidence today. Zheng Qi waved his hand. Will they believe it? Won't they arrest me, torture me, and force me to hand over the information? Dynamic Lightwave asked worriedly. Are you afraid of this? Our country has laws. Zheng Qi laughed. Sure enough, when Zheng Qi replied one by one that he did not have any way to move, the bosses of the guilds also stopped. It was normal for this level of information to be unwilling to transfer. Zheng Qi and his team did not participate in the professional club, and would not have any impact on the league structure for the time being. With this period of time, they should be able to figure out something themselves. Although some clubs offered a sky-high price of 100 million, such a price was based on a foundation, that is, they bought out this way of moving, allowing them to establish an unparalleled advantage within a period of time, so as to obtain sufficient outstanding results in the league. It was not like what Zheng Qi said, that every club spent 100 million to buy this way of moving, so as to obtain the qualification of fair competition. The money of professional clubs did not come from the wind. When Zheng Qi went to negotiate, Ming, the housekeeper who had been watching the three people chatting, smiled slightly. These three young people, facing such temptations of interests, really remained calm enough. Don't they need money? Not necessarily. Butler Ming knew Zheng Qi's financial situation very well. He had some savings on hand, enough for him to maintain his current extravagant spending for a year. However, it was difficult to go from extravagant to frugal. If Zheng Qi wanted to continue to maintain such a life, he had to find a way to make more money. However, facing a huge sum of money at his fingertips, Zheng Qi was not uninterested, but he quickly gave up. Because it was not his. He could learn the way of moving from Dynamic Lightwave without any hesitation, but he did not think that this was something that belonged to everyone. He was determined to fly, and he might not be short of money. Otherwise, he, who aimed to be a professional player, would not choose to earn money in the live broadcast industry for a year before preparing to impact the professional player. With the current situation where he did not need to worry about his personal life at all, he still chose to earn money for a year to solve his worries, which was enough to prove that his family situation might not be very good. Perhaps the only one who really did not care about money was Dynamic Lightwave. After all, it was normal for a genius boy who could enter the Academy of Sciences at the age of 16 to have no concept of money. After Zheng Qi replied to a circle of guild bosses, Dynamic Lightwave asked him another question. Old Green, why do you play this game? Brother Fei wants to be a professional player. We already knew that. I just come here to play and kill time. What about you? After hearing this question, Zheng Qi blinked and then touched his head. Well, I entered the football era to prove my level, and I didn't use plug-ins. I wanted to use this method to clear my reputation, get back the blocked account, and continue to make money through live broadcasting. Zheng Qi thought for a while and answered. What about now? Asked Dynamic Lightwave. Now, it's just to create a strong account and then enter the professional arena. I heard from Brother Fei that Lu Xiaoshan can earn 200 million a year, which is 10 times higher than our live broadcast income at the time. This job is definitely worth doing. Zheng Qi answered. I want to be a professional player, not just for money. The national championship, the world championship, and the glory of the 5-time champion are my ultimate goals. Are you just for money? Zheng Qi asked Zheng Qi very seriously. Well, I really do it for the money, I'm not lying to you. Zheng Qi answered very sincerely. Zheng Qi was speechless. Is that so? Then I will also aim to be a professional player. After thinking about it, Dynamic Lightwave said excitedly. Aren't you a scientist who wants to save the Earth? Zheng Qi asked curiously. Why do you suddenly want to be a professional player? To save the place, we have to find it from the football era. Using the identity of a professional player to explore the secrets of the football era is also a way. Even my mentor admits this. Besides, at my current age, if I really want to participate in important research, it will take more than 10 years to study. Instead of studying hard, it is better to accumulate more experience in the football era. Dynamic Lightwave replied. Besides, being a professional player is fun. Zheng Qi wants to fight. Being a professional player is his ideal and the biggest source of his sense of honor. However, these two guys, one is for money and the other for fun. If they were narrow-minded, they would probably eliminate these two heretics in the name of football era, but Zheng Qi is not such a person. Then let's work together. New area, upgrade, create a strong account, this is our current goal. Zheng Qi said. And adapt to and be familiar with the operation of all heroes. I want to have the largest hero pool in the world. Zheng Qi waved his fist and shouted. Zheng Qi was speechless again. The largest hero pool? Brother, you really dare to think, although every professional player will use all heroes, but they all have their own preferences. Even Lu Xiaoshan is best at all offensive heroes. He is the player with the largest hero pool in China, but he only has 70% of the hero pool. But since Zheng Qi said so, let's just listen to it. Zheng Qi thought to himself. I want to figure out all the details in football era, which will be more helpful for my research. Dynamic Lightwave replied. No matter what, let's work hard together and make good progress. The one who wanted to fly could only say this like a class teacher. Master, do you really want to be proficient in using all heroes? After coming out of the holographic cabin, Butler asked Zheng Qi. Yes, if you want to do it to the best of your ability. When I played the Era of Kings, I was proficient in all heroes in 2 months. Zheng Qi said proudly. Butler smiled and didn't say much. Era of Kings? Can it be compared with the football era? Era of Kings is a small link separated from the football era, which is relatively much simpler. Of course, Zheng Qi does have such ability, but it's still a little early to say that you want to be proficient in all heroes now. If that's the case, then Master, you have to spend more time practicing next. Butler said after thinking about it. I practice every day. When I kill monsters and push dungeons, it's all time to practice. Zheng Qi replied. It's not that easy to master all heroes. Butler said lightly. Then how to do it? Zheng Qi asked after thinking about it. Starting tomorrow, no matter what you are doing, you can only use 3 heroes at most every day. Butler thought for a moment and replied. Well, is this effective? Zheng Qi scratched his head and asked. It is effective. Only in this way can you thoroughly tap into the role of the hero. The use of each hero is not so simple. After the attribute and skill are improved, what kind of changes can be brought about? What kind of skills can play a role in what kind of environment? These things must be as natural as breathing, so that you can really be familiar with the hero. Butler said seriously. It sounds difficult. Zheng Qi sighed and said. It is difficult, so next, the experience improvement of the entire elite team will still be affected. It is difficult for you to fight for the rewards of each copy. If you want to create a strong account, you can only work harder in the carnival, which requires a certain amount of luck. If you don't do it well, it may affect the progress of your career. Butler Meng said seriously. Well, but no matter how difficult it is, we have to try. Just be an ordinary professional player. What's the point? If we want to do it, we should be like Lu Xiaoshan, or even better than him. Even if we fail, the worst that can happen is that we can start over in the new area. I'm not familiar with this new area yet, so it is normal if there are some things that we don't do well. When I get to the next new area, I will be even stronger. Didn't Lu Xiaoshan spend 3 years in the new area before he created his current #1 character? Zheng Qi waved his fist and said confidently. Butler Meng shook his head and laughed. Lu Xiaoshan did enter the professional arena in this way, but those 3 years also made him enter the professional arena at the age of 21, and Zheng Qi is now 20 years old. If he really wastes 3 years, can he still maintain his current state of mind? However, Butler Meng knows that only with such a mentality can one truly reach the peak. Imperfect, I would rather continue to lie dormant. Chapter 142. Become a leader. When the carnival arrived the next day, the members of the elite team began to feel the pressure very quickly. The way they are moving now is based on the 12 heroes they have now. When moving, they often have to use the skills of the heroes to speed up, so that they can maintain the fastest movement. Of course, the skills of the 3 assassin heroes are used more, so the housekeeper Meng stipulated to Zheng Qi today that he can only use the skills of the 3 heroes Gniyi, Jiaji and Liangjing. In this way, although Zheng Qi can still keep up with the movement of his teammates in many cases, there are always times when he can't take care of them. Invisibly, Zheng Qi made the speed of the entire team slow down. Sorry, I'm practicing. Zheng Qi waved his hand. Don't worry about me, I will definitely keep up with your actions. The others looked at each other, and then really chose to ignore him. At the beginning, Zheng Qi was able to keep up with the movements of his teammates through various methods, but the time was a little longer, and the skills could not be smoothly coordinated. He was often left behind by the team because of a little difference in cooling. Slowly, his teammates had left him without even a shadow. Of course, his teammates had been telling him the coordinates in the team channel so that Zheng Qi would not lose the team. However, every time he found a boss, if it was not in the territory occupied by the Fifth Guild, he had to run and fight at the same time. In this case, Zheng Qi really started to lag behind. The essence of this movement method is to hit the boss's hatred points accurately while moving, so that the boss can catch up with them and get rid of the pursuit and interception of other opponents. In order to continue this hatred, 10 people must cooperate seamlessly. In this situation where the means of attracting hatred and long-range attacks are not sufficient, one less person will not work. After the situation where the Fifth Guild kept snatching boss everywhere yesterday, the elite teams of other guilds were also prepared. Once they saw Zheng Qi and his figures, they would be more vigilant, which also caused more trouble for their action of snatching boss today. Throughout the morning, in addition to the 2 boss refreshed in the Fifth Guild area that they got, they encountered at least 6 boss refreshes in other locations, but in the end they only got 1 of them, which was quite bleak. The problem was Zheng Qi. The consequence of using only 3 assassin skills is that he is always a step behind when rushing, and he is often a little slow in the process of pulling hatred. This directly leads to the inability to build hatred well, and it will always be snatched away by the opponent. After the morning time was over, although no one said anything to Zheng Qi himself felt very uncomfortable. 9 skills are not enough. Zheng Qi sighed and said, "It's enough, but sometimes, your skills are a bit wasted." Butler Meng, who had been following them to participate in the fight for the boss and took pictures of all the details, answered like this. Really? Zheng Qi was stunned. Butler Meng did not continue to answer, but turned to others. Take a break for an hour at noon, and go online again after an hour. Usually during the carnival, the maximum break at noon is 15 minutes to eat or something, but today it was extended to an hour for this. The others did not show any dissatisfaction, but went offline without saying anything to prepare for a break. Hey, Brother Fei, it's very cool to use only 3 heroes' skills, do you want to try it? Zheng Qi tried to pull Yixin Fei into the water. I don't need to use this kind of training method. Yasheng Qi and Fei laughed for the first time. Why? Are you much better than me? Zheng Qi was very dissatisfied. No, I'm much more proficient in heroes than you. This is already my 3rd new area. Yasheng Qi and Fei laughed. This immediately choked Zheng Qi back. He was a serious novice, but Yasheng Qi and Fei was not. After coming out of the holographic cabin, Zheng Qi did not eat the big meal he usually had. A sandwich and a bottle of water were directly stuffed into Zheng Qi's hands. Zheng Qi looked at these 2 foods that seemed extremely crude to him in disbelief, and then looked up at Butler Meng. I'm going to eat this today. The taste and nutrition are not bad, and it's convenient. You can eat and watch. Butler Meng said seriously, and then turned on the projection screen in the living room. After clicking a few times on the operating screen, the picture quickly accelerated, and then stopped at a certain position. This is when it just started to move. Zheng Qi was stunned. Although he repeatedly made mistakes in rhythm today and repeatedly dragged down the movement speed of the entire team, what mistakes would he make at the beginning? Zheng Qi would never believe it. Look at the way you move. At the beginning, you sprint with everyone, then roll together, then use the map offering skill to speed up, and then sprint again, is that right? Asked Butler Meng. Yeah, isn't it like this? Zheng Qi asked. Others can do this, can you? Butler Meng asked back. Zheng Qi was speechless. This is exactly why he has been falling behind again and again today. Among all the 12 heroes, except for the 3 assassin heroes who have acceleration skills, other heroes also have such skills. In addition to the skills that other heroes have, there are also Caesar's heroic charge, Yuo Jin's counter charge, Yanzhen's first to attack the city and the ultimate move of knowing how to advance and retreat. These skills can all increase the movement speed, but he can only use Niue's sword fighting and Jin's map offering to speed up, but there will always be gaps. If you don't do this, won't you be left behind by your teammates at the beginning? Zheng Qi asked. At least it will be weak and slowly, instead of being thrown away by a large distance in a gap. And don't forget that some small gaps can be made up by terrain. Butler Meng shook his head. Zheng Qi understood a little bit. There are many places where terrain can make up for speed. For example, if you walk in the inner circle, the distance required is naturally shorter than that of the outer circle. And if there is a small river blocking it, jumping in the cooling period can be more useful than any other skills. The usual movement delays the progress, but it doesn't really have a big impact. With your speed, even if it's a little worse, you can quickly invest in killing the boss. What really makes you drag down the whole team is that you can't keep up with the offensive rhythm of the whole team when you are leading the boss. Butler Meng continued. Seeing Butler Meng skillfully pointing out a video for him to watch again, Zheng Qi was a little speechless. This is indeed the biggest problem. What can I do if my skills are not enough? Zheng Qi couldn't help saying. If you are not in a rigorous operation link, you can't drive the rhythm. Passively inserting into the gap. This doesn't seem like your style. Butler Meng couldn't help laughing. Oh, Uncle Meng, you mean that I don't need to fill the gaps, I should fill step by step. If I can attract hatred twice, I will do it twice, and let my teammates fill my gaps, right? Zheng Qi suddenly realized. Yes, I thought you could think of it yourself. Butler Meng shook his head. This is not the first actual combat. I think it's better to get familiar with it first. Zheng Qi sighed. You still have many flaws. The one exposed today is your most critical flaw. Butler Meng said. How can a perfect boy like me have flaws? Zheng Qi said dissatisfiedly. Your style is to roam around and kill with one blow, so in fact you have never established your leadership. In the past, like broadcasts, your team's individual abilities are very strong. In fact, they don't need anyone to take care of them. You just need to do your own thing. But in the future, if you want to make a difference in the professional arena, you have to improve in this regard. Butler Meng laughed. Don't make a fuss. I have a good overall view. Zheng Qi continued to be dissatisfied. What was his state when he was playing like broadcasts? But he is known as the #1 assassin. He roams around all over the map. He will definitely catch the opponent's flaws and kill them. Otherwise, he can't play an assassin-type hero. Having a good overall view and having leadership are two different things. Yimo's overall view is recognized by the whole league, but can anyone say that Yimo is a top leader? Butler Meng retorted. Recently, Zheng Qi has watched every professional game when he has the chance. Naturally, he knows that Yimo is the #1 player of Shenhua Club, with the account name Tao Zianoyo. He is known as the #1 assassin in the league. His style is to roam around the edge of the field, looking for opportunities to kill opponents or capture the opponent's gate. However, although he is the #1 player of Shenhua, he is not the captain of Shenhua. The real captain and leader on the field of Shenhua is Mo Zixi, with the account name Shengyi Yuan. This player with an extremely delicate name but a very domineering account is also one of the tactical masters in the league. In fact, the strong teams in the league are basically allocated in this way. The #1 player is not necessarily the commander on the field. Even the actual commander of Chengqi is Wen Xiang behind Lu Xiaoshan. Only Li Jinx has taken on these two important tasks. Emo has a record that no one has been able to break so far, that is, the average number of kills per game in a single season exceeds double digits. This is the highest record in the entire football era. After all, the games in the football era are mainly based on scoring goals. Killing the opponent is just to make the opponent leave the field for 10 seconds, which does not have a particularly large impact on the overall situation. Emo, who is always tirelessly seeking to kill the opponent on the field, is an outlier. Now that Butlerman has brought out such an outlier as an example, Zheng Qi really has nothing to say. A good leader does not need to take on everything, but needs to use every bit of strength of his teammates. This is the key. For example, this time, you can add a visual to attract hatred again, which will reduce your physical value to a dangerous level, but after leaving, just call a guy in the free time to help you add blood. Are you subconsciously trying to ensure the operation of the whole team? Butlerman gasped. Chapter 143 Change. Zheng Qi thought about what Butlerman said, and found that there was nothing to defend. At that moment, he really didn't think about asking his teammates for help. Butlerman was indeed very familiar with him. He was not used to asking his teammates to help him, but was used to solving all the troubles by himself. Many times, this is a virtue, but in a team, such an approach can often only make him a useful member of the team, but not allow him to have a good bonus to the entire team. In fact, this is not a shortcoming, at least in the Epoch King he played before, it was not a shortcoming at all. It's not just because in the Epoch King, his 4 teammates don't need him to worry about it, but in the game system of the Epoch King, as long as the 5 teammates cooperate tacitly and perform well, that's enough. What team leadership? That doesn't exist. There are only 5 players and people fighting against each other, so naturally the core members are changing anytime and anywhere. Whoever performs well, is in good condition, or is more restrained by the opponent's hero, will become the core of that wave of team battles, and no one needs to be fixed to command. Therefore, players who are good at playing in the Inner King have a good overall view. No one does not need the overall view. In the Inner King, Zheng Qi has always been a character who runs around in a sneaky way, looking for opportunities to kill the opponent's remaining health, delay the opponent's development, and open a gap, but this also requires a very good overall view. Otherwise, you go to kill the remaining health, but you are surrounded by several people on the other side. You want to delay the opponent's development, but you are beaten by the opponent and you can't develop yourself and have to ask your teammates to rescue you. He's used to fighting alone. Although his coordination, awareness and overall view are top-notch, he really has no habit of commanding his teammates. Among the other people, Super Wings is more like a commander, but he prefers to lead by example, constantly confront the opponent, suppress the opponent's development without delaying his own development, rush to the front in team battles, output and withstand injuries, all round, but not a leader. Not to mention the Queen, she was at ease with her development in the early stage, and only after she developed well could she play to her best level. The reason why she was constantly abused by Zheng Qi before she knew him was because she needed a long time to develop. In such a situation, how could she have any leadership ability? Not to mention the other 2, 1 tank and 1 auxiliary, they all did the work of supporting roles. This is not just their problem. There is no such team leader in the entire game of the King of Era. A key and outstanding outbreak in a key team battle is more effective than any tactics. However, if we treat the possible football era professional competition with such an attitude, it is easy to have major flaws. In the football era, there are many participants, and each side has 11 people on the field. At the same time, killing the opponent in a burst is not a particularly big advantage, it is nothing more than sending others out of the field for 10 seconds, and the next moment you will come out with vigor and vigor. Only by constantly suppressing the opponent, constantly looking for gaps in the opponent's defense, and constantly creating an environment where superior forces are against inferior forces can we gain an advantage. To put it bluntly, in the football era, what matters is the team, the tactics, and the overall strength. This is why in the professional football games, each team has at least 1 outstanding tactician. The communication between the coach and the players on the field is not particularly timely, because the coach's perspective is also limited. Only a tactician who constantly communicates with the coach can achieve the best results. Then I have to practice this aspect well. Zheng Qi waved his fist and said, "Well, pay attention to what gaps you can contribute more, provided that you can't die. After retreating, let your teammates use skills to help you add blood. Of course, this is not just calling someone to add blood. Pay attention to the rhythm of blood replenishment. These skills are time limited. When to let them use skills to least affect the overall rhythm is a huge test." Butlerman smiled slightly. "Do you have to calculate this?" Why do I feel that this is a job that only mathematicians can do? Zheng Qi couldn't help but start to complain. Don't say it, every professional player in the football era has a high level of mathematical attainment. Butler Meng smiled slightly. Uncle Meng, are you kidding me? Zheng Qi was shocked. I never joke about things related to the football era. Butler Meng replied. To call you a mathematician is a joke, right? Right? Zheng Qi asked. No, after all, in professional competitions, calculating the cooldown of skills is a very basic quality. It is not enough to calculate yourself, you have to be able to calculate others. What skills has the opponent used, what skills he has not shown, how many seconds of the cooldown of these skills, what skills did he use a few seconds ago. If you only rely on experienced or estimate, then the level of the professional league will not be very high. Butler Meng replied. It feels a bit exaggerated. Zheng Qi sighed. It's not exaggerated, and basically outstanding professional players have the ability to infer the skills you have not used through the cooldown of the skills you have shown, which represents what kind of hero you have chosen. Although the accuracy rate is not particularly high, there is still a 50% guessing rate, and it can also try to narrow down the range of heroes that the opponent has not used to a certain extent. Butler Meng said seriously. No wonder when I watch those professional games, there are many guys who know what skills the other party will use next like a prophet, Zheng Qi muttered. That could be a coincidence, but even if it is a coincidence, it is because they have narrowed the scope to the limit, so they can have that 50% chance. Butler Meng replied. Great, so what should I do now? Let the dynamic light wave teach me math? Zheng Qi asked. It doesn't need to be so complicated. In fact, it's not worth the height of a mathematician, but it's true that professional players are better at math than ordinary people. Butler Meng laughed. Zheng Qi nodded. He believed what Butler Meng said. After all, the cooldown of so many skills depends entirely on experience and feeling. You can die however you want. Only by calculating and clearly understanding the cooldown of the opponent's skills can you make better preparations. What he has to do now is actually simpler than what Butler Meng said. He doesn't need to calculate too complicatedly. What he needs to calculate is the cooldown of his teammates' skills and when they need to use restorative skills, so as to pick a teammate who will least affect the rhythm of the action to add blood to him. The 1 hour break passed quickly. After going online again, what others saw was Zheng Qi who was full of fighting spirit. Okay, let's continue in the afternoon. I will try my best to narrow that gap with everyone in terms of movement. Zheng Qi shouted, waving his fist. Others nodded one after another. They had no objection to Zheng Qi's way of practicing, but they didn't believe that Zheng Qi could improve to any extent in just 1 hour. Soon, everyone began to move quickly, and in the process of moving, almost everyone was paying attention to Zheng Qi to see if he had any changes. The change was obvious. Zheng Qi no longer followed his teammates to move with ordinary skills and hero skills, but used his own set of methods, trying to use ordinary skills such as sprinting, rolling, jumping and sliding to connect the speed of movement. Although the moving distance brought by these basic skills cannot be compared with hero skills, he minimized the use of hero skills and only used hero skills at critical moments to keep moving at a high speed. After running for a distance, Zheng Qi was not left far behind. After all, Zheng Qi was left far behind at any time in the morning. To catch up, it would take at least more than 10 seconds, don't underestimate these more than 10 seconds. The loss of these 10 seconds means that the teammates need to speed up the rhythm when attacking the boss, which directly leads to a significant reduction in endurance in battle. Although Zheng Qi is still a little far away now, it is a distance that can be caught up in 1 or 2 seconds. This distance is nothing. He can at least catch up with the last person to shoot. However, although the teammates were happy about this change, they were not particularly happy. After the experience in the morning, everyone knew that Zheng Qi's biggest problem now was not when he was moving, but when he was fighting the boss. When fighting the boss, his output skills were much less than others, which would naturally disrupt the rhythm of output and aggro. The key to this set of play was to fight the boss while moving, build up enough aggro advantage, and then stop to fight with other elite teams while fighting the boss. Sometimes you can use the boss to output to the opponent, but if you don't build up enough aggro, it's too easy for someone to snatch the boss away. The boss that was lost in the morning was basically because the operation of pulling aggro was a link, resulting in a poor aggro. When the opponent came up, they could only passively escape. It was even more difficult to hold the boss in the process of escaping. If they were not careful, the boss would turn around and entangle the opponent, and their work would be in vain. Zheng Qi was able to keep up with the movement, but could he keep up with the process of fighting the boss? No one had any idea about this. However, the others had no opinion on Zheng Qi's behavior of dragging down the whole team. After all, since the establishment of Fifth Guild, Zheng Qi and Yixin's desire to perform well have been the most important. It is not an exaggeration to say that this guild alliance and the others in their elite team are just clinging to the thighs. Now the thighs are in a bit of trouble and need everyone to be patient. What opinions can they have? If they really have opinions, they will really become ungrateful. There are really no such useless guys in the Fifth Guild elite team. But even if they can understand and tolerate, everyone can't help but worry. The number of times the boss is killed is directly related to whether everyone's character is strong. How can they not care about this? Soon, a boss refreshed in their field of vision. Their battle is about to begin. Chapter 144 Complex Environment. This refresh position is not very good. Fully side in the team channel. The recent carnival has once again fallen into the same kind of chaos as before. All guilds, in addition to ensuring a small sphere of influence so that their players can have a safe place to spawn monsters and rest, basically spread out their subordinates all over the map. Once they find the boss, they will report it immediately. The elite team will also roam all over the map, looking for opportunities to kill the boss. There will be such a change mainly because the number of guilds has greatly increased. Unlike the second carnival, many guilds only had a few hundred people, and dividing the area can better guarantee the interests of all guilds. Now, each guild alliance has hundreds of thousands of people, enough to cover every area, and the guilds that think their own guilds are more powerful and the elite teams are more powerful are naturally unwilling to compete with others to divide their luck. With several such guilds, it is natural that they will no longer be able to form a relatively peaceful alliance. From this aspect, we can also see why everyone is not satisfied with the performance at the Fifth Guild in the morning. In theory, the benefits of the 3 bosses in the morning are already good. However, with only a small area, they were able to encounter 2 boss refreshes. This luck is already quite good. At the same time, they were able to participate in the competition for 6 bosses. The luck of the Fifth Guild today is really not bad. With such good luck, they only got 3 bosses. The performance is really not good. When they continue to get news about the boss, the movements of the elite teams of other teams will also be constantly reported. So after knowing the location of the boss, everyone knows that although they may be the first to arrive at the location of the boss, there are at least 2 elite teams that can kill them before they establish hatred. The other teams are far away, so they can be ignored. After all, the distance is too far, and they can't get the boss if they rush over, unless they are confident that they can kill all the elite teams present. However, it is best not to do such things. If you only care about killing people, it will also cause public outrage at the carnival. Fighting for attribute points is the key for the elite team to fight for the boss in the ordinary area. However, if the number of deaths is too many and the experience loss is too much, it is also a consequence that every elite team cannot bear. Therefore, it is very hard to fight for the boss, but it is not to the extent of desperately. However, even if you don't fight desperately, such competition is also a headache. Many professional players believe that it is very meaningful to participate in the guild elite team in the new area and build their own powerful characters in the chaos. Of course, the setting of football era that you can't buy an account, open a small account, or upgrade several accounts together has made many talented players frustrated in such competition year after year, and eventually become mediocre, forming a huge waste. However, for many top players, they think that such a waste is worth it. In the whole world, there are at least 5 billion players playing football era. There are now 7 billion people in the Earth Federation, and more than 70% of them will play this game. What about professional players? China's 2-level professional league is already the top configuration, which is different from the previous professional football. In the past professional football, generally speaking, football powers would have 3 to 4 levels of professional leagues to form a large group of professional leagues, and there would also be several levels of semi-amateur or even amateur leagues below them. The top league that the audience sees at the top will have several times or even dozens of times the number of low-level league teams as the cornerstone. And now, it is not necessary now. The characteristics of the football era determine that there is no need for such a large number of basic league teams. In the past football games, a large number of low-level leagues played a very important role. First, they could cultivate more potential professional players, and second, they could accept those quasi-professional players with average potential, because football players are a profession with a high elimination rate. Among 10 children who receive football training at the same time, 1 can eventually become a professional player, which is already a very remarkable ratio. At the same time, football elimination is not completed from the beginning. From the age of 5, to the age of 10, to the age of 17, when they enter the adult team, every year, a large number of players will be eliminated from the final first-line arena, and even in the adult team, many players will be eliminated every year. Those children and teenagers who were eliminated early can still restart their studies and find jobs to make a living, but those eliminated players who have reached youth or even adulthood have spent their best time playing football, so they can't just die, so low-level league teams can accept them and let them get a stable job. At the same time, even with a more complete scout system and youth training institutions, it is difficult for big clubs to catch all young people with potential. Professional football has always been inseparable from late bloomers who have emerged from low-level competitions. The existence of these low-level teams can provide them with such space. But what about football era? There is no need for so many teams. In fact, the number of teams is much more than before, but professional teams only need so many teams, which is enough. At the same time, players trained based on the game of football era, as long as they have the ability, are qualified to emerge in this game, and there is no talent left. Under such circumstances, of course, there is no need for a large number of low-level teams to accept these people. In fact, there are many such people, even more than in the past. They can find positions in various amateur and regional teams. At the same time, even if they do not find such positions, they will not worry about losing their source of income. Because now is not an era where people worry about survival. Professional competitions only require the best candidates. So under such circumstances, there are only about 1,000 professional players in China, and the number of professional players in the world combined will not exceed 100,000. After all, many countries have only one level of leagues, and at the same time, the league teams at this level are often not as many as China, which has 20, 18, 15, or even only 10 teams. Some of them are the powerful countries in the football era. More than 5 billion players. No more than 100,000 professional players. Is this really 1 in 10,000, or 1 in 50,000? Under such circumstances, if it is not harsh, then what is the value of players entering the professional arena? It is precisely because of this that professional players from China are often better in terms of level. After all, there are many Chinese people, and there are many new districts in China. There are tens of millions of people in new districts, which is unique in the world. Even India, the second most populous country, is much worse. If there is no national team in that transnational battles of the football era, and professional teams of the representatives to participate in the competition, if China forms a national team, then other countries will have no chance to survive. Because China has the most god-level players, but these god-level players have to fight to the death to participate in intercontinental competitions. This is not blind optimism of Chinese football fans, but a fact. Every year, China's top league professional teams will participate in friendly matches and commercial matches with other national teams. After all, there are only 38 rounds in the league. With 2 games played every week, China's professional clubs have large areas of blank areas. In addition to training time, all clubs are willing to arrange some friendly matches in the spare time to earn some extra money and promote the prestige of the country. In such friendly matches, Chinese clubs often have the highest winning rate. Of course, it is not a perfect victory. The football era is very balanced, and there are many factors that determine the results of the game. No team can be undefeated or undefeated, but the extremely high winning rate of Chinese clubs proves that their players are the best in the world. Why the best? Because their players are subject to the most rigorous test when they start from the new area. This is the test brought by the unique and harsh new area environment in China, which cannot be replicated. In such an environment, what kind of test do the elite teams of each guild accept? The test of competing for the boss in the carnival is much weaker than that of professional competitions in terms of technology. After all, the participants are all semi-professional players, and they are still much worse than those great players. However, in terms of the complexity of the environment, it is much more complicated. Although such competitions are assumed to be participated by elite teams, the ordinary player teams around them often intervene even if it doesn't work. It is a very happy thing to sneak attack and make some trouble for the enemy of your own guild. Even if the guild bosses tried their best to stop this kind of thing, after all, if you can do this to others, others can do this to you. If the quasi-professional players die 1 or 2 more times, they may lose a year, but even if they stop it, they can't control all the players to be so obedient. Players come to play games for fun, and everyone has the urge to make trouble. What's more, except for such a situation, it is often the only time they can cause huge trouble to the quasi-professional players. Such a situation is not something that everyone can encounter. With such a large map and so many players, there are actually very few players who can run into it. If you run into it once, it means winning the prize, which means the opportunity to show off in the future. Most players will obediently give way, but even if there are only a few players with such a mentality, it will bring unknown consequences to the competition. The rampage of the boss, the interference of the opponent's elite team, and the sneak attacks of players that may appear at any time, all of these make the process of grabbing the boss extremely complicated. Players who have been baptized by this complex environment can have a calmer mentality when they arrive at the professional arena. Now, with 3 elite teams, countless player teams nearby, and a boss, the competition environment is quite complicated, much more complicated than usual. Fulei's sigh is actually a worry for Zheng Qi. Facing such a complex environment, what kind of changes and progress can he show? Chapter 145. It was really his thought. Zheng Qi certainly knew that the current environment was very complicated, but in such a situation, he could better exercise his calculation ability. After moving for a while, he vaguely felt that calculation ability and mathematical ability were indeed very useful, especially in the next step. Dynamic Lightwave took a look at the intelligence and began to speak. We are now 3,520 body positions away from the boss in a straight line. According to our movement rhythm, we can reach the location in 1 minute and 11 seconds. The other 2 teams, one will be 1 minute and 20 seconds slower than us, and the other will be 1 minute and 50 seconds slower. Dynamic Lightwave said. Is this the strength of a scientist? Zheng Qi was shocked. Estimate, Eastern Standard Time mate, after all, I don't know how fast they move. Dynamic Lightwave smiled. That's also amazing, you must have a good math score. Chaos Matblade asked. It's just average, Dynamic Lightwave said modestly. Hurry up and catch up. Zheng Qi and Fei interrupted their greetings. At this moment, everyone began to move quickly, and Zheng Qi followed behind, thinking about something while moving. When we attract hatred later, we will retreat back to the way we came. Zheng Qi suddenly said. Why? Zheng Qi and Fei asked. We know the movements of those guys, and they must know our movements. We're heading towards the boss from 3 different directions. When they arrive, they find that they don't see the shadow of the boss. What is their first reaction? Zheng Qi asked while moving. We dragged it away. Dynamic Lightwave replied. That's right, then next, they have to judge where we are moving to. There are 4 exits there. We cross the top of the mountain and drag the boss directly from the top of the mountain. They will definitely not think of this at the first time. By the time they finish searching from both sides, we have already captured the boss. Zheng Qi smiled and said, we must make good use of the 1 minute and 20 seconds of gap. Dropping it from the top of the mountain, the pressure of operation will be very high. Can you keep up? Zheng Qi and Fei asked. Don't worry, it's my fault if we can't drag it away. Zheng Qi said confidently. Seeing him so confident, the others had nothing to say. Since he had made up for some shortcomings in mobility, he would be sure to be able to attack, right? This guy would never joke about such things. At that moment, everyone stopped talking nonsense and quickly rushed to the boss refresh point. The location of the carnival that day was Bama Slope. Compared with the previous maps, the terrain of Bama Slope was more complicated. There were small rivers, hills, and plains everywhere. It can be said that the terrain characteristics of the previous carnival were all present here. In fact, the following maps all had such characteristics, with water, plains, and hills. This was to allow players to better adapt to various environments. Even the next city map scene had such characteristics. The place where the boss refreshed was a plain area, but there were several hills around the plain, and there was also a river surrounding it. There was no clear view at all, and the sight would be constantly blocked by the hills. According to the process, Zheng Qi and his team should bypass a mountain in front and then enter the plain to attack the boss. The players who just found the boss refresh have been killed by the boss. If they can lead the boss away, others will not know where they went. Of course, the premise is that the other elite teams will appear after the boss is led away. It is a good choice to not go around the mountain but directly climb over the hill. It will not allow them to reach the destination faster. After all, climbing over the hill is more difficult. However, it can attack the boss from a high position and shorten the distance from the opponent's sight, so that the boss can be led away within 1 minute and 20 seconds. If you don't attract the attention of the boss from the mountain and attract it, then walk from the main road. Before you go around the hill, the fastest opponent will see you. Even if the opponent can judge at a glance that Zheng Qi and his team can't walk so fast on the main road and know that they have chosen to climb over the hill, there are 4 or 5 hills around the plain on the other side, and they interfere with each other's sight. The probability of choosing the right hill is very low. 20% success rate. Even if they find it, the second team that arrives won't happen to hit their hill. This is the best way to quietly take down the boss. After chasing all the way, Zheng Qi and his team soon arrived at the boss's location. Just when he was about to fly and kill the monster, Zheng Qi stopped him. Because the movement was faster than usual, Zheng Qi and his team arrived at the boss's location faster. In fact, they still had 1.5 minutes to use. Don't kill the monster here, let's go to the hill next to it, Zheng Qi said as he took the lead and moving towards the hill next to him. The others were stunned for a moment, but soon followed, although many of them had a lot of questions. Beautiful, their first reaction was the direction we came from. Anyway, it won't take more than 10 seconds to kill the monster from the top of the mountain, so we can better hide our movements. Dynamic light wave side in the team channel. The others were smart and quickly reacted. This was indeed a good way. The other party could know that they left from a certain hill through a series of judgments. The first thing that could be determined was the hill on the route they came from. Now they changed to another hill, and the other party could no longer use the route to judge. At that moment, everyone began to move faster. In this situation of going up and down the mountain, Zheng Qi's mobility shortcomings began to be more exposed. So although he was the first to run, he was the last to reach the top of the mountain. After he finally climbed up the mountain, Zheng Qi and Fei had already taken the lead in opening the boss. The boss uttered a low curse and then jumped to the top of the mountain. The outdoor boss of Bama Slope, Yan Liang. This #1 general under Yuan Shi now is wearing golden armor, standing on a chariot pulled by 8 horses, with a golden helmet on his head, majestic. And the golden helmet on his head was the place where hatred was most stimulated. Such an obvious sign also makes Yan Liang one of the most player-friendly outdoor bosses in the football era. Although this setting seems malicious anyway, a bid to sell the first, the carriage quickly rushed to the top of the mountain. Although this setting is not scientific, after the attack, the others began to take turns to lead the boss down. This is a job with a low tolerance rate. The attack power of the boss is beyond doubt. Every time it uses a long-range attack to attack the location with the greatest hatred, the others take the opportunity to output. It sounds simple, but it is very difficult in the process of running and fighting. When Zheng Qi felt it, the other 9 people had already attracted a wave, and had led the boss away from the top of the mountain and ran down the mountain. Zheng Qi met it, and with a look, he attacked Yan Liang's helmet. Yan Liang swung the longsword in his hand quickly and chopped it towards Zheng Qi. Zheng Qi jumped back flexibly and dodged the knife. Next, he should have dodged and attacked somewhere else, letting his teammates attract the boss's hatred. However, Zheng Qi did not dodge, but shouted, "Keep attacking." Then he gave a map, rushed forward, and hit Yan Liang's helmet hard. After this, he rolled sideways to avoid the boss's second attack. However, since it was stipulated that everyone should take turns, it was because the boss's second attack was difficult to dodge. Although Zheng Qi rolled in time, he was also hit by Yan Liang's longsword, and his physical value was immediately reduced. At this time, Yixin wanted to fly out and attracted the boss's attention in time. "What are you doing?" Xin Zailan asked curiously. "It's okay, I will have more room for skill cooling next time," Zheng Qi replied, and then shouted to Su Jing, "Add blood." Su Jing immediately raised the fund and used it on Zheng Qi, quickly pulling his physical value back. Okay, run and fight at the same time. None of the others were fools. Those who reacted quickly understood that Zheng Qi was forcibly seeking to output to increase the time for his skills to recover. This would have some impact on others, but it was very small. Even if there was a delay, it would not affect the hatred of the boss. Using a skill once in a unit of time and using a skill twice in twice the time are superficially the same, but Zheng Qi can adjust the output time. In this way, the delay of a certain attack is shared with other time, which will naturally have a better effect. For example, according to the normal output in the first start of the hatred, Zheng Qi's operation will be slow when he outputs the 6th time. This is not because there is any problem with his performance that time, but because the previous delays gradually accumulated to that time. Now Zheng Qi has adopted a method of being slower than the previous time each time, so that the delay can be delayed until the last attack. Theoretically, this is not a solution to the problem, it just postpones the problem, but this approach can persist until the problem is solved. In the past, when Zheng Qi made a mistake, the elite team was not enough to hold the boss's hatred for more than 50%, but now, it can support until then. There is no need to run and fight at the same time. It is enough to strengthen the output to kill the boss. This is a solution that takes a different approach. It is not perfect, but very effective. When you are going to attack next, just shout, so that we are not unprepared. Dynamic Light Wave said to Zheng Qi. After calculation, Dynamic Light Wave knew that Zheng Qi's choice was effective. However, yes, this can also train your ability to adapt to changes. You can't just play according to certain rules rigidly. How about it? It has trained me on you. Only a genius like me can come up with such an idea. Zheng Qi boasted while outputting. Did Uncle Meng come up with it? Dynamic Light Wave laughed. No, this time, he really came up with it himself. Butler Meng smiled slightly. Si est escuchando esta novela en un canal distinto a mundo fanfic novelas, significat lo descarga and y subir en sinisfuerzos invitamos cordialmente a visitar nuestro canal. Mundo fanfic novelas all encontras la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos narradores. Te esperamos para sumergirte en un mundo de novelas incredibles. Chapter 146 The Value of Mobility. Less than half a minute after Zheng Qi and his team took the boss away, Liu Xiaobo, Wu Xun and others appeared where the boss was originally. We were a step slower, and they took the boss away. Wu Xun said regretfully. There is no trace of them around. According to our calculations, they can't move so fast. Liu Xiaobo frowned. Yes, it takes a while to open the boss. Wu Xun said. Then there is only one possibility. They opened the boss on the top of the mountain and directly opened the boss to the other side of the mountain, so we can't see the boss and their figures. Liu Xiaobo said decisively. There are 5 mountains here. In addition to the one we bypassed, there are 4 more. Wu Xun sighed. So let's just pick one at random. The success rate of 25% is not high, but we have to try it. Liu Xiaobo replied. Isn't this too unskilled? Wu Xun was very dissatisfied with Liu Xiaobo's approach of relying entirely on fate. Oh, then what is technical? Liu Xiaobo laughed. The direction of their coordinates just now is right in front of us. There is a hill right here. The possibility of them directly starting a monster on this hill is much higher than on other hills. Wu Xun said affirmatively. Can't they think of this? The correct approach should be to find a hill on both sides of this hill, which is likely to increase the probability to 50%. Liu Xiaobo replied. But since they are so smart, they should be able to think that we can guess this, so keeping it as it is will make us more likely to make mistakes. Wu Xun argued again. Are we going to play a game of inference, counter-inference, and then inference? Liu Xiaobo smiled bigly. It is easiest to get stuck in a dead end at this time. The reason why he suggested randomly picking one to rush over and take a look is based on this reason. There are patches of jungle outside the hill. You can't see everything clearly if you stand on the hill. As long as they go into the woods, you won't see any traces. The only way is to go down the hill and then explore the ground to see if there are any traces of fighting. This is actually very difficult to do, because during the carnival, there is almost no land where there is no fighting. Although there are new and old traces of fighting, it takes time to distinguish them. If you miss one and want to find another one, the other party will probably have established a stable hatred and started to output fiercely. By then, even if you find it, it will only be a wedding dress for others. Listen to me, it must be here. Wu Xun said affirmatively. This is also a way for him to establish prestige. Anyway, no one will blame him if he is wrong. If he hits the right one, then he will at least become stronger in the impression of others. This is the image that Wu Xun needs. Then listen to you. Liu Xiaobo sighed. There is no point in tangling with such a problem. Choosing one at random will not be more reliable than listening to Wu Xun's analysis. At this moment, a group of people began to move quickly towards the mountain. After reaching the top of the mountain, they did not find any traces, but this was also expected. Next, they went to explore the bottom of the mountain. After going down the mountain, they soon entered a jungle. In the jungle, Wu Xun began to carefully explore the ground. However, the more he explored, the uglier his face became. There were traces of fighting, but it was obvious that they were definitely not traces that had just happened. Go back and change the hilltop. Liu Xiaobo didn't say much, and led the others to rush back again. When they returned to the top of the mountain, another team of people had appeared at the bottom of the mountain. The elite team of Xiu Club. Why, have you killed the boss? The other party asked knowingly. No, he was taken away by Ring Pingsheng's team. I don't know which direction he went. We have already explored this side. There are still 3 hills in the left direction to explore. Liu Xibo replied lightly, and then led Zun and others to rush to a hill on the left. The other party was stunned for a moment. He was not sure whether Liu Xibo said this on purpose, but soon he decided to believe Liu Xibo. The other party had no need to lie to him at this time. Liu Xibo and others appeared at the foot of the hill on the left again and began to explore the traces on the ground. Zun's face became even uglier. The traces left around clearly proved that a battle had taken place here just now. The ground of the hill was very solid. Even Yan Li Wang's carriage could not leave any traces. However, it was different at the foot of the hill. The ground was relatively soft. At this time, several deep wheel marks were showing on the ground, as if they were mocking Zun. Ren Pinsheng and his team led the boss in this direction. And this was the direction Liu Xibo chose at random at the first time. If he had chosen to chase from here at the time, he should have caught up now, right? But he pointed to another place, which delayed his team for at least 1 minute. This 1-minute buffer was enough for Ren Pinsheng's team to establish enough advantages over the boss, go forward and pay attention to the traces on the ground. Liu Xibo did not say anything else, but directed the whole team forward. Liu Xibo's performance made Zun look even more humble. He led the way, identifying the traces along the way. Soon, after advancing for a distance, the faint sound of fighting reached their ears. After hearing this sound, Liu Xibo led the whole team to move forward quickly, and then saw Zheng Qi and others besieging the boss. Seeing Liu Xibo and others emerge from the woods, Zheng Qi and his team were not panicked. Instead, Zheng Qi rolled over after a damage, while recovering his physical value, and raised his hand leisurely to greet them. There was a reason for being so calm. Without looking carefully, Liu Xibo could see that the boss's health had dropped by more than 70% at this moment, and only less than 30% of the health was left. In this case, if you want to get the boss back, you have to do one thing, that is to wipe out Zheng Qi's team, and then you can clear the boss's hatred. But can you do this? Zun seemed eager to try, but Liu Xibo raised his hand to stop their impulse. Destroying Ren Pinsheng's team, it sounds good, but what about it? Ren Pinsheng and Yixin Xiangfei are both very strong players, and the others are not vegetarians either. It may not be difficult to defeat them, but it is more difficult to kill them all. What's more, in the process, the boss may have been killed by them, and they can't grab the boss, and they will add some unnecessary hatred. Fighting for the boss is necessary, but if you kill someone intentionally, it's unnecessary. You will see each other sooner or later. Doing this is a violation of the unspoken rules. So after seeing Zheng Qi greet him, Liu Xibo didn't say a word, nodded, and left with his men. The reason for leaving was simple. In another place, another boss refreshed. Instead of entangled here, it is better to grab another boss. The place where the new boss refreshes is not far away. The three teams can still participate in the competition. Now that Ren Pinsheng and his team are entangled by the boss, they are naturally lagging behind in the competition. With fewer competitors, they have a greater chance of getting that boss. They left. Liuanzi Quangdao said in the team channel. It's right to leave. Even if the boss is not refreshed, they will leave. There is no point in keeping them. Xin Zhaoyuan smiled. Yes, it's a pity. The boss will be refreshed at this time. We have one less to grab. Zheng Qi said. Boss, you'll learn very quickly. You are no longer a burden to us so soon. Liuanzi Quangdao said happily while outputting. In PvE, of course it is simpler. When it comes to PvP, it may not be so simple, so you have to work hard to adapt. The way of moving and the routine of attracting hatred can only be regarded as the basics. In such a routine, we must learn to adapt to changes, so that we can really play our advantages in grabbing boss. Butler Meng said. You mean, what we are practicing now is just the method of beating the boss? Dynamic Light Wave was stunned. Of course, no matter how powerful the boss's movement and fighting methods are, there are rules to be found. The movement method you came up with is not that the top players in the professional arena cannot think of it, but their focus is not here. Their opponents are people, whose operation precision is no less than that of the system, and who are unpredictable and even more powerful. Although your method requires a lot of detailed information and research on the characteristics of the boss and monsters, as long as the big clubs are willing to invest enough manpower and material resources, it can still be deduced. Butler Meng saw the dissatisfaction in Dynamic Light Wave's words and couldn't help laughing. No way. Dynamic Light Wave asked. Just wait and see, in the next 1 or 2 years, all clubs will research it. When others start researching, no club dares not to research this aspect. Butler Meng smiled slightly. Is the thing I worked hard to study so worthless? Dynamic Light Wave was very sad. It's not without value. In fact, this thing you researched is likely to lead an era, a brand new era. Butler Mink said lightly. Just when he said the last word, the boss was finally worn down by the fierce attack of Zheng Qi and others. It let out an unwilling roar, then fell to the ground, exploding with materials and potions all over the floor, as well as an extra attribute point that everyone would have. When the boss exploded, it was the happiest moment for the elite team, because it meant that their efforts had paid off. However, at this time today, no one was happy, but stared at Butler Mink stupidly, extremely shocked. If the boss had not been dead, with their shock at this moment, they were afraid that the boss would go berserk and wipe them out. Fortunately, the boss was dead now, otherwise, even Zheng Qi, who wanted to fly, would have fallen into a daze at this moment. Chapter 147. Opening a new era. After being in a daze for a few seconds, everyone came back to their senses and found that their daze was so inappropriate. If the boss was not dead, a sweep would definitely wipe out the elite team. But it's hard to say. Butler Mink said this because he knew that the boss was going to die. Leading a new era? It's a very simple sentence, but Zheng Qi and others, even if Zheng Qi had never watched a professional game before, knew the weight of this sentence. The development and change of a sport is actually not an easy thing. Take the world football 100 years ago as an example. Since the rise of modern football, in fact, for a full 100 years, the progress and changes in football have not been particularly large. Although there is an epoch-making change every 10 years or so, such as the rise of the William formation means that modern football has begun to have a formal prototype. The rise of the 4 forwards has thrown the William formation into the pile of old papers, the fullback assist tactics, the sweeper tactics, the free-man tactics. The rise of a tactic will advance the level of modern football by a big step, but the kind of change is still slow after all. It was not until the turn of the century that the overall level and progress of modern football had a big explosion. The world entered the information age, which made it easier to obtain information and communicate with each other. Under such circumstances, tactical innovation began to be calculated in years instead of 10 or even 20 years. A certain tactic that seemed invincible in a short period of time was often broken by people after only 1 or 2 years. The IQ of modern people has not actually improved significantly compared with that of decades ago, but it is easier to obtain information, which makes it easier for them to innovate. If you build a car behind closed doors, you may only build that one car in your lifetime, and you can always get the latest information. Maybe 100 cars that are constantly improving have been built. This is the reason. However, this does not apply to the football era. The foundation of the football era is global participation. Everyone has similar information. When you figure out something, someone can figure out something better immediately. Under such circumstances, in fact, in the first 20 years of the football era, that is, before the establishment of the football era professional league, the way of playing between the top players of the football era has been fixed. Each professional player can perform at various levels on the field. They can hold back their opponents, interfere with them, and block them. Anyway, they just try their best to send the ball into the opponent's goal and prevent them from scoring. The way of playing is no different from the previous professional football, except that fighting between each other is allowed, which is more like a fusion of football and rugby. The powerful attributes of the players' roles and the setting of using hero skills make the game more exciting. To make an inappropriate analogy, it is like gods or superheroes playing football games when they can attack each other. How can the game not be exciting if they play in a way that exceeds human physique? The geographical environment of various random maps maximizes the uncertainty of the game. The rules of the game in the football era can be said to have reached the limit of competitive sports. It is precisely because of this that the football era has become the world's first sport in the true sense, a national sport. However, in terms of rules and nature, there has not been much change. Therefore, in the 70 or 80 years since the establishment of the professional league in the football era, the way of playing has not changed much. It can be seen how difficult it is to create a new era. Butler Mink threw out this statement lightly at this moment. How could it not surprise others? There are big times and small times in the era. The change in the way of movement will not bring about earth-shaking changes, but at least there will be significant changes. Butler Mink continued. The others said higher at the same time. It's a small change, but the small change is also amazing. The speed of movement will be reflected in the professional arena. The rhythm of the game will be faster. At the same time, the use of the map and killing the opponent will be more valued. Killing the opponent was random in the past, and there was no special targeting. It was the most important thing to create opportunities for the ball carriers by hitting the gaps, and then constantly sniping the opponent. However, in the case of accelerated movement, the small gaps exposed by killing the opponent are enough to bring the attacking side a chance to kill. At the same time, in the dead ball state, the faster moving side will have a better chance to find the refresh point of the football, thereby creating more offensive opportunities. Zheng said to everyone while moving. The impact is not that big actually. Professional players have reached a limit in their use of maps and tactics. In many cases, it is still a matter of personal operation level and overall coordination. Wanting to fly, Yuxin said a long string of words. That's right, but the overall speed up will definitely make the game more interesting, the competition more intense, and the outcome more unpredictable. In this case, all competition will expand into the game, and the way of competition in the game will really change. Zheng smiled slightly. The speed up of the elite team, will the competition in the carnival be more intense, right? Dynamic Light Wave asked after thinking for a while. Zheng nodded. By then, no one will occupy the territory. The competition will be more chaotic and fierce. Under such circumstances, the ones who stand out must be the ones with the most stable psychological factors, the best operating ability, and the best luck. There will be no balance in the fight for the boss. Those with good luck will have extremely powerful characters, while those with bad luck will have mediocre characters. At this point, Zheng sighed. By then, I'm afraid that 4-digit attribute point accounts that were thought to be impossible to break through will appear. Thousands of attribute point accounts. This sounds really scary. Meng Fifan only had nearly 1,000 points back then, and the current top powerful character Lu Xiaoshan has less than 900 points. The more powerful the characters are, the more fierce the competition will be. There will definitely not be too many players who can get such top-level characters. It's very simple. If a district could produce 100 accounts with about 750 points a year before, then now there may only be 10 accounts with 900 points, and the rest can only produce 10 accounts with 750 points. In this way, the gap between top characters and ordinary players will widen. Will the football era officially enter the star era? In this way, it is indeed a big change and revolution. No, it won't widen that much. The number of ordinary players will not change. However, on this basis, the emergence of more star players is an inevitable trend. I'm afraid that there will be fewer lucky ordinary players. Zheng smiled slightly. Everyone suddenly realized. The relatively small number of professional players is not only because a new area cannot produce so many powerful characters. In fact, in a new area, there are at least 1,000 or 2,000 professional accounts with attribute points reaching and exceeding 700 points, and even tens of thousands. However, the acquisition of attribute points is too accidental and random. Many accounts that are qualified to play professionally are owned by ordinary players, which is a waste. Even if an ordinary player with average operation level is extremely lucky and gets an account with 1,000 attribute points, he can't beat Lu Xiaoshan, or even any ordinary professional player with 700 attribute points. Fu Lei has a deep understanding of this. He has been playing for 10 years, and the highest account he has ever gotten is only over 670 points. Every time he finishes playing in a new area, he can always see many lucky ordinary players showing off with accounts over 700 or even 800 points. That kind of situation makes Fu Lei want to vomit blood. Now that the speed has been increased, the competition among professional players will intensify, and many powerful characters that were previously unimaginable will be added. At the same time, the luck of ordinary players will probably be reduced. There will be more professional players who cannot get powerful accounts in the new area, increasing the proportion of professional players. In this case, although there will still be many professional players who were as unlucky as Fu Lei, the overall number of professional players will not decrease in terms of proportion. This change is to widen the gap between top players and ordinary players, rather than reducing the number of ordinary players. If this continues, there will be drastic changes, and the number of top players will also increase. The level of the entire football era professional game may leap to a higher level. Tell me, how much change can your set of movement methods bring? Zheng finally said to the dynamic light wave with a smile. I now have a sacred feeling of creating history, said dynamic light wave. Everyone laughed. But such a change can't happen immediately, right? Zheng Qi gasped. Of course, this is a relatively long process. The specific operation of the moving method may be studied by all clubs within a year. At the same time, after it is demonstrated in the world competition, other clubs will quickly follow up. However, the impact on the overall professional game will be a gradual process, which makes people feel unconscious. However, perhaps 10 years later, when everyone looks back, they will find that in the past 10 years, the professional game has completed so many changes. And such a change started from this day, when Xiaodong came up with this set of moving methods. Butler Menk said with a pious attitude. His attitude made everyone else involuntarily serious. Xiaodo, what do you think? Fulei deliberately asked Chaos Mad Knife. The feeling of participating in history makes my blood boil involuntarily. Chaos Mad Knife said seriously. Then we have to be more diligent in grabbing bosses next time, and at least make our accounts stronger, otherwise, we will be easily eliminated by other up-and-coming players. Zheng Qi waved his fist and said loudly. That's right, we want to be the first challengers. Challenge the current top level of the league and create a new era. Others waved their fists and shouted. Chapter 148. A Gamble. Opening a New Era. This is a slogan that can easily inspire people, but when they shouted it out at this moment, it seemed like they were joking. Maybe they were indeed joking at this moment, but in the future, many people would think that the new era really started from this day. This afternoon, for the bosses and elite teams of other guilds, they all had the urge to burst into tears. In the morning, the Fifth Guild only got 3 bosses in total, tied with many teams among them, which made them feel very happy. In addition to allowing their elite teams to fight for more bosses, it seemed to prove that the Fifth Guild's way of moving was not particularly outstanding, at least at this stage, it did not have a particularly big advantage. The former is certainly beneficial now, but the latter is more beneficial to the whole. With the strength of their club's technical department, isn't it normal to develop a faster way of moving? At the time, the club that develops the way of moving first will be able to take the lead in gaining a greater advantage in the new area, thereby gaining an advantage at the club level, which is much more important than 1 or 2 powerful characters. At yesterday's carnival, the elite team of the Extraordinary Guild got 9 bosses, but now, they only got 3. This just proves that the opponent's movement method is not particularly good, and it still depends on luck. However, at the deadline in the afternoon, everyone stared at the boss list in amazement. 11 bosses. In the afternoon, the elite team of the Extraordinary Guild directly grabbed 8 bosses, a number that is almost catching up with the harvest of yesterday. The process of grabbing these bosses is also very speechless. Sometimes they arrive at the boss refresh location earlier than other teams, and then quickly lead the boss away and leave the original place. By the time other elite teams find their traces, they have already knocked down more than 50% of the boss's blood. Sometimes they arrived at the boss refresh location later than other elite teams, but as long as the opponent did not establish a solid advantage, they would immediately rush forward and attack the boss's hatred point, running and attacking all the way, and constantly evading to make the boss's attacks fall more on other elite teams. To a certain extent, the boss became their ally in front of their excellent control tactics. Although there were not many such cases, they only snatched 3 bosses from the elite teams that arrived first, and they snatched them when the other teams only lost about 10% of their health. If they lost more health at the beginning, they still couldn't snatch them away, but this alone was amazing. They could always control the boss's hatred in turn, which was terrible. You know, controlling the boss's hatred is not a secret. The hatred points of each boss are public, and ordinary players know it. Pooling hatred is actually a competition of timing. After all, the determination of the boss's maximum hatred point will not be different due to the player's attribute operation. You attack the hatred point first, and then I attack immediately, so I can pull the hatred over, because hatred is based on the attack sequence, and the boss always prioritizes the one who attacks the most recently in the hatred sequence. This approach is also applicable when fighting ordinary monsters. Players with excellent operation constantly pull hatred, and other players take turns to output. This is the best and most efficient way to kill monsters. This is also the best way for top players to bully ordinary players. However, under the same semi-professional level, hatred can always be firmly pulled by the elite team of the Extraordinary Guild. That is not just a problem of operation. The opponent can accurately control the hatred time. How is this done? Semi-professional players can easily grasp this point against ordinary players. However, in the contest between semi-professional players, the opponent can occupy such a big advantage. Can their judgment be so outstanding? The command is wonderful. At this time, Zheng Qi and others were praising the wonderful command of Dynamic Light Wave. Usually, when fighting boss, Dynamic Light Wave doesn't say a word. However, when other teams were fighting for the boss, he would continue to command. He would remind them in the team channel at regular intervals, and then the people named would quickly follow suit, and they would be able to hold the hatred steadily. This means that he can accurately calculate the timing of the use of skills for his own and the opponent's team, and even take into account the characteristics of the terrain and the boss. It is really a waste to put a commander of this level in an online game. It's okay now. After all, everyone can only use those 12 heroes, so I can still calculate it. When there are 15, 18, or even more than 20, it will be difficult for me to calculate it. Dynamic Lightwave did not boast, but answered honestly. Even so, it's very strong. We have grabbed 20 bosses in 2 days. Everyone else must be furious. Ha 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 ha. Chaos Mad Knight laughed. Well, let's make persistent efforts tomorrow and try to grab a few more. Such an advantage cannot be replicated. Let's not waste it. Uncle Meng, I don't need to change heroes tomorrow. I just got more familiar with this method. Zheng Qi turned to Meng Yonjie and said. Okay, it's a good opportunity for you to consolidate your knowledge. Butler Meng nodded. Consolidation is unnecessary. For a top player like me, half a day is enough to familiarize myself with the hero. Tomorrow is just to save time to familiarize myself with the hero. Zheng Qi said confidently. Then we will give you half a day tomorrow, okay? Dynamic Lightwave couldn't help but said with a smile. Let's not do it. How can I let my personal matter affect the interests of everyone? I feel bad for wasting a whole morning today. Otherwise, we may get more than 20 boss today. Zheng Qi replied. Everyone started to boo him. What are you booing for? Just wait and see. We will work hard from the beginning tomorrow and we will definitely get a lot of boss. I think we can get 20 tomorrow. Is there anyone who wants to bet with me? Zheng Qi said arrogantly. No one really bet with him. What's the point of such a bet? Even if I win him, there is nothing to be happy about. After all, if I win him, it means that I don't get enough bosses, and everyone will lose. If I make a bet with him, on the contrary, I have to work hard to help him win myself. Isn't this stupid? I'm betting with you. Zheng Qi suddenly said. Bet that we can't get 20 bosses. Zheng Qi was stunned and asked curiously. No, bet that we get more than 20 bosses. Do you dare? Zheng Qi asked Zheng Qi. You are too cunning. If I want to win, I have to get exactly 20 bosses, not one more or one less. How can you be so shameless? Zheng Qi criticized Zheng Qi righteously. Zheng Qi raised his hand, and he had the urge to beat Zheng Qi. Fu Lei watched from the side, but his heart was mixed with emotions. Get 20 bosses tomorrow? That means that in these 3 days of the carnival, everyone in the elite team of the Extraordinary Guild can get 40 extra attribute points. What is this concept? After every ordinary player upgrades to the top level, enters the Myth Zone, and joins a top guild, the attribute points can reach 600 points. This is known to everyone. The 500 points of the player, the 50 points provided by the guild, and the 50 points of attribute points dropped by the monsters after upgrading. This is a treatment that almost every player must get. Since the beginning of the football era, I have never heard of any unlucky person who has not been able to reach 600 points. However, in addition to the 600 points, if you want to get rewards, you have to rely on the dungeon and the carnival boss. The 50 points of attributes that must be obtained during the upgrade process include the attribute points dropped by the ordinary monsters and elite monsters in the carnival. It cannot be used as a regular means to strive for it, because unless you are very lucky, you will not get more than 50 points of attribute points in these processes. In other words, if you want to get 700 attribute points that reach the value of professional players, you have to get 100 attribute points from personal dungeons and carnival bosses to reach that height. Fu Lei has always had bad luck because he has never gotten 100 attribute points in such drops. The most he has gotten is more than 70, which is not up to the level of professional players. And now, he has to get 40 points in one carnival? How could he dare to think of this before? After joining the 5th Guild, he got more than 30 extra attribute points in the previous carnival and personal dungeon alone. If he could get 40 points after the carnival, in just over a month, he had reached the peak that he could reach before. If he continued like this, could he also get a god-level account? Or even a powerful account that surpassed those great players? If he had not joined the 5th Guild for a long time, he would almost think that he was dreaming. But there is no such long-lasting dream in the world. This is reality. The ideal that he has been striving for 10 years but has not been fulfilled is very likely to be realized in this year. Maybe it is God who rewards hard work, but Fu Lei knows that the key is that he joined this team. This is his luck. In such an excited mood, Fu Lei couldn't help but shout, I bet that we can surpass 20 boss. I bet too. Just when the others were startled by Fu Lei's sudden shout and looked at him sideways, Su Jing suddenly said something. I'll bet too. I'll bet too. They all started to follow suit and bet. Later, even Zheng Qi looked at Zheng Qi hesitantly and added, "I'll bet too." "So you 9 of you are going to bully me? What are you betting on?" "I'll fight you," Zheng Qi shouted. "If we have a chance to meet, we'll have a big meal." Zheng Qi's words just made Zheng Qi feel relieved, and he heard Zheng Qi add, "The Emperor's premium global set meal. Damn, do you know how much that set meal costs? I can't bear to eat it once with all the money I earn in a year." Zheng Qi roared, but soon, he was suppressed by the other 9 people. Chapter 149. Shoulder to shoulder. Although Zheng Qi fought hard, he still signed such an unequal treaty under the oppression of the other 9 people. The Imperial Honorable Global Set Meal. This name sounds a bit rustic, but in fact, the original name of this set meal is just called the Global Set Meal. The most iconic food from all over the world is cultivated and cooked in an original way. You can freely choose to match and choose, and it will be delivered to your table with a fast logistics system at the first time. This series of consumption is not cheap. Although it is no different from artificial food in terms of taste and nutrition, it is not very different, but the value is that the average rich may not be able to afford it. At least Zheng Qi, who used to have an annual income of 20 million and liked a luxurious life, didn't dare to eat it before, and only ate it once. Such a bet can be said to be a bloody bet. "I didn't say that you should treat it today. You can treat it later when you have money," Fulei said with a smile. "You're really kind to turn over. Okay, let's talk about it later." Zheng laughed. "What are you talking about? Am I sure to lose? Look, I'll adjust my condition tonight, and I'll take down exactly 20 bosses tomorrow, not one more, not one less." Zheng Qi waved his fist. "Boss, you're so generous. If I lose, I'll treat you tomorrow," Yuanzi Quangdao said happily. "Well, we'll have to discuss this slowly." Zheng Qi was a little scared. Everyone laughed and logged off. After Zheng Qi got out of the holographic cabin, he couldn't help but sighed. He was stubborn just now, but now, he is really worried. Exactly 20, this is too harsh. It is not something he can control at all, and after defeating 20 bosses tomorrow, he will let his side win and not get any bosses. This is too unreasonable. Depressed, Zheng Qi ran to the gym, and then sweated for an hour. After eating, he rested for a while and fell asleep. Zheng Qi slept soundly that night. Although the bed made him feel stressed, he had put it behind him the moment he lay down on the bed. This was his habit. No matter how big the matter was, it would not keep him awake at night. After waking up the next day, Zheng Qi began to feel full of energy. The performance in the football era is closely related to the state of the human body. The strength of the character's attributes represents what kind of abilities you have, but whether you can bring these abilities into play also depends on your state. Therefore, the players in the professional competition of the football era need to maintain their physical conditioning and exercise habits in reality. Only when the physical fitness is good can the attributes of the character be brought into play. If the physical fitness of veterans over 30 declines severely, the power of the character cannot be well displayed. Of course, there are exceptions. There are many veterans in the league who are still strong and experienced, with powerful characters, and their physical fitness has not declined much. Of course, the most vigorous is the Thunder's captain Zheng Qi, ID'd on Zheng Xiao. This ID looks very prosperous. In fact, Zheng Qi was indeed a prosperous young man back then. However, after more than 10 years in the league, it seems a bit inappropriate for Zheng Qi to play with such an ID. Zheng Qi's background is not particularly good. He can be regarded as a grassroots background and a late bloomer. His character attributes have just exceeded 800 points. Although he has reached the level of a god-level account, his personal operation level is far from being god-level, and there is still a distance from the requirements of professional players. There are actually many players who are masters among players, who lack professional standards but have obtained god-level accounts. They are called lucky by many people, because if they're a little luckier, they may enter the world of professional games. However, most of them have no future. You can rely on luck for your role, but there is a limit to your operation level. It is precisely because of this that Zheng Qi, who has a god-level account, was not favored by the top teams. Only Thunder, which was still a Class A team at the time, chose him because of a shortage of manpower. After joining Thunder, Zheng Qi was not able to play as a main player, even though his role was the strongest in the team. However, professional games have never been a world that only looks at roles. In this way, Zheng Qi, who was already 20 years old at the time, started his professional career in Thunder and sat on the bench for 2 years. During these 2 years, he only had sporadic opportunities to play, and the club did not pay much attention to him. Rather than saying that he was introduced, it would be better to say that he was left to fend for himself. However, in such an environment, Ben Qi continued to hone his skills and operating level. Finally, in the 3rd year, at the most critical moment of the Thunder's impact on the Super League, Ben Qi, who replaced his teammates, had an extremely wonderful performance, helping the Thunder to win a crucial victory and successfully enter the Super League. Although the Thunder's finances were not very good at the time, as a new team, they would receive subsidies from the league. This was to allow low-level teams to quickly increase their strength to approach the gap between them and the super teams, so as not to reduce the excitement of the league. Under such circumstances, the Thunder naturally recruited troops everywhere and bought a lot of super-level players. As a result, Ben Qi role became less important. So in the 4th year of the Thunder, Ben Qi was still a bench and the last substitute. As a hero of the promotion, it is obvious that it is easy to make people dissatisfied to be treated coldly again. Moreover, Ben Qi is not without a place to go. No one in the super team looks up to him. However, his key performance last year made some Class A teams still hope to introduce him, but he rejected those invitations and continued to stay in the Thunder. The turning point is waiting, and it comes again. For a newly promoted team, the first season is always difficult. If they can gain a foothold, then the next season will be smoother. If they can't, they may have worse results after being relegated to the first division. The Thunder did not think that they were capable of being a strong newly promoted team. Their mission was to stay in the league, but their strength was indeed weak. Although they worked hard, they were always hanging around the relegation zone until the last round, and they had not successfully stayed in the league. At this time, some of the main players in the team were absent due to illness. At the critical moment, the Thunder once again thought of Ben Qi, who had completed an extremely successful last year. So, Ben Qi, who was already 24 years old at the time, started in the Super League for the first time, shone brightly, scored 3 goals in a row, completed a hat-trick, and helped the Thunder win the key relegation battle. Now, no one ignores Ben Qi anymore. After 4 years of dormancy and training, and with a slightly enhanced role, Ben Qi already has the potential to be a god-level character. In the following year, the Thunder began to build a team around Ben Qi, and Ben Qi's performance did not disappoint. Although his level is not the highest in the league, he also relied on stable performance to lead the Thunder to continuous progress. From a newly promoted team to the 4th place in the league, the growth of the Thunder is Ben Qi's personal resume. Ben Qi is 32 years old this year, but his condition has not declined. No one knows the value of everything now better than a grassroots, so he has been exercising his body well and keeping his condition stable. He is not a particularly famous general, but he is a beautiful landscape in the league. There are many examples of such grassroots counter-attacks, which are also topics that fans are very happy to talk about. From such examples, it can also be proved that it is very important to constantly hone your skills and maintain your condition. More importantly, it is very important to always keep an upward heart. Of course, for Zheng Qi now, those great players in the Super League are still far away from him. He doesn't have a lofty goal, but he has one goal after another. Today, take down 20 boss. Of course, if you can take more, then take as many as possible. Even if it's a treat, I'm willing. After going online, Zheng Qi waved his fist and shouted. After a night's rest, the others also recovered their energy. Seeing Zheng Qi's bachelor look, the others cheered and expressed their admiration for Yin Pingsheng. Don't think I don't know that you're thinking of a feast. Zheng Qi shouted. The others laughed and started today's boss hunting career. Zheng Qi really didn't brag. After yesterday's adaptation, he was able to show his level. He could smoothly integrate into the overall movement and attack boss by switching back and forth with the skills of the 3 heroes. Of course, during this period, the efforts of others also played a big role. He would change the time of output skills from time to time, so other people would have to adjust accordingly. This is relatively simple. After all, the output rhythm of other people would not change. It was nothing more than collectively advancing or delaying, and with a little adaptation, it would be able to show well. Keep moving, get intelligence, and then hunt one by one. Butler Meng issued an order. The presidents of each guild received such news at the same time, and then began to deploy manpower. For the players, it doesn't matter where to spend the carnival. They don't have much to do. They just need to occupy a place separately and report the movements of the boss and other elite teams in time. This is a very simple thing, and the players of the guild are also happy to use this method to prove their love and contribution to the guild. What's more, such contributions will not be invisible. After the carnival, according to the number and accuracy of the intelligence provided by each player, a certain number of contribution points will be rewarded. Their efforts are definitely worth it. This is the core of the operation of the guild. Ordinary guilds cannot have such a core, but extraordinary guilds have such a core. Staying in this guild, there is always something to do and a goal. Although it may make some players feel bored, it will make most players feel a sense of purpose and have a stronger cohesion in the guild. Having such a core is enough to prove that the extraordinary guild can, to some extent, be on par with other club guilds. Chapter 150 Helpless. For the third day of the carnival, the guild bosses still had great expectations. Although the Fifth Guild snatched 11 bosses yesterday, they only got 3 in the morning, which made people feel that they got so many bosses by luck. Of course, the elite teams of each guild would not think so, although one of the 8 bosses snatched by the Fifth Guild elite team yesterday afternoon was refreshed in the Fifth Guild's core area and was easily taken by them, and 3 were taken by the Fifth Guild with its advantage in numbers and the first to find the location of the boss, and then their elite team used skills to lead the boss away, but there were still 4 bosses that were taken by the Fifth Guild's elite team by constantly pulling hatred, making the boss move more towards them, and constantly pouring output on the boss, and forcibly taking more than 50% of the hatred first, thus taking the ownership of the boss in one fell swoop. At this stage, the players only have 12 heroes, and there are no long-range skills among the skills of these 12 heroes, that is, Igneo's vision can hit farther. In other words, in the case of fighting for the boss, if one side can constantly pull the boss's hatred and make the boss move closer to them, then they can output more efficiently. This is how the elite team of the Fifth Guild won the 4 boss battles yesterday. This way of pulling hatred and dispatching, coupled with the method of fast movement, has become the killer of the Fifth Guild. Others are not unaware of how they did it. After all, they are all semi-professional players, and no one's level in this aspect will appear to be bad, but knowing does not mean that they can do it. There are usually only 3 or 4 semi-professional players in their team. They can compete with the Fifth Guild elite team in pulling hatred, but others are always a little worse in timing. This can also be seen from the fact that the Zheng elite team is the only team that snatched the boss from the Fifth Guild elite team. Why can they do what other guilds can't do? It is because they have 6 semi-professional players who can rely on their own operations to offset the advantages of the opponent's method of pulling hatred to the maximum extent. 6 semi-professional players is a very strong configuration in the first-line team. After all, other teams can only have 3 semi-professional players at most. Everyone can't help but start thinking that when the new area opens next year, the clubs will not only improve the way of movement, but also send 10-second team members to the game to grab the boss at once. Otherwise, they really can't win. They didn't do this before because the club's resources and positions are limited. They only let the most talented players get the opportunity to train. At the same time, they also need to train some players with stronger roles for the guild, so that the guild can become more and more powerful. Now, looking at this situation, if you don't have a team of semi-professional players in the future, you really can't survive. What makes them feel strange is why the elite team of the Fifth Guild can do this. The elite teams of each guild basically knew what the level of the Fifth Guild's elite team was. They had encountered each other many times and fought against each other many times, and this was true. What they were sure of was that Rin Pinshan and Yixin Xiangfei, the elite team of the Fifth Guild, were indeed very strong, and their operations had reached the level of masters. Of course, they could not be so sure at the primary stage, but they even had a little advantage against ordinary professional players. Among the others, Fan Shinshita's operation level was not bad, worthy at being a former semi-professional player, but the level of the A-level team was still a little different from that of their elite second team members. The gap was not obvious, but it was still there. As for the others, Chaos Matblade has good operation and good awareness, but he is a pure novice and needs to grow. Quiet Shadow and Deep Jade grow very fast, but his current level is still much worse than Chaos Matblade. As for the 4 people who are wandering in the heart, they are absolutely masters among the players, even exceeding the level of players, but at best they are at the level of the double red sticks of the big guilds in the mid area, and there is still a certain gap compared with the real professional players. Song Jing base, that's even worse, the level of ordinary players in the mid area, needless to say. Such a combination may not be inferior to the elite team of the big guild, but it can create an overwhelming advantage in the method of attracting the hatred of the boss. How is this possible? Although now a person has been replaced, Dynamic Light Wave has replaced Zheng Qi base, but although others are not too sure about this person's level, at most it is the same level as the semi-professional players, so there is no way it can have such a big advantage. You have to know that the Fengying Elite team has 6 semi-professional players and 4 experienced players at the double flower red stick level, but they could only barely beat them once, and there was also a certain amount of luck. How could these people operate so well? After thinking about it, it can only mean one thing: in addition to the way of moving, they also have an excellent way of pulling the boss's hatred. So yesterday, they reported this situation, and the bosses of each club immediately ordered the technical department to study the way to pull the boss's hatred at the same time, and immediately let the 10 people at the Fifth Guild pull the hatred of the technicians. The work has doubled again in an instant. Is this not going to make people live? Of course, such a mess will not affect Zheng Qi and his team. Messages came one by one, and they kept moving with the messages. When the boss did not appear, their moving goal was to stay as far away from other guild elite teams as possible to create a time difference. After all, the map is too large, and no matter how fast they move, they will not have a natural distance advantage. Keeping a distance from other guild elite teams will make it possible to seize the opportunity when the boss refresh is near their side. Therefore, in a situation like the carnival, grabbing a boss is a job that requires a lot of skills, but it is also a job that requires a lot of luck. If each boss is very far away from you when it refreshes, then no matter how good your skills are, you may not be able to grab a boss. Of course, such extreme situations rarely occur. Although the boss refreshes extremely randomly, it is still fair. As long as your luck is not so bad that it makes people angry, the chance of encountering a boss refresh is still very high. In 12 hours, 100 boss refreshes. On average, 7 to 8 boss will refresh every hour. No matter how bad your luck is, you can always encounter one in an hour. Zheng Qi and his team's luck was not too bad. The first boss refreshed and was far away from them. After the nearby elite team began to move, they also began to move slowly in that direction. Soon, the news of the second boss refresh came over, not far from them. After rushing over quickly, they took turns to pull hatred and output. The elite team of the Extraordinary Guild did not give other teams much chance, but quickly eliminated the boss. 1, and 19 more to go, shouted the Mad Blade of Chaos. Well, there are 19 more to go before I win, Zheng Qi replied while moving. TSK, others began to boo him, and soon, another message about the boss refresh came again, not far from them. Oh, I'm lucky today, Zheng Qi said happily. The space for each elite team to move is actually relatively fixed. Most of them are near their own sphere of influence. Because the map is too large, if they wander too far, they are easily out of reach. So they basically know what kind of team they will encounter. Today, the Fifth Guild may encounter the teams of the 4 club guilds, Xiu, Kangning, Shanship, and Changfeng. They are all difficult to deal with, but compared to Liu Shibo and others from Fengying, they are still easy to deal with. When Zheng Qi and his team arrived at the boss refresh location, the elite team of Xiu had just opened the boss, and Jing and others from Changfeng also arrived at the same time. Damn it, go and grab it, Zheng Qi shouted, and rushed down with his team, raising his hand to attack the hatred point. Chun Yun, the boss who had just been attacked by the Xiu elite team, immediately turned around and chased Zheng Qi. The opponent was not willing to be outdone, and quickly pulled hatred again, but Chun Yun just paused for a moment, and chased Zheng Qi and his team again without hesitation. Damn, it's like this again. The players led by Xiu cursed unwillingly. The 3 semi-professional players were the core, so the hatred was pulled separately. There were 2 or 3 guild thugs among the 3 semi-professional players, but the timing of the guild thugs pulling hatred was indeed a little slow. This was a problem of operation, and they had no way to deal with it. Seeing Chun Yun running towards Zheng Qi and his team, Jing, who had just arrived, immediately started to pull hatred. The 2 sides worked together to immediately stabilize the hatred. However, under such circumstances, although Chun Yun was swaying left and right, he still walked towards Zheng Qi and his team firmly, even though he walked and stopped. Xiu and Changfeng's output was almost crying. The distance is far, the output effect is naturally poor, and what about the opponent? The whole team always wanders at an appropriate distance, so the output is not wasted at all and all hits the boss. Damn it, how can their cooperation be so good? Jing couldn't help but curse. There must be a strong commander in their team. Miran said affirmatively. Everyone knows, but what can we do? Jing was a little helpless now. In fact, each club has such a commander who can accurately seize the gap, but they are the core of the main lineup of the first team. Come to the new area to help them grab the boss. What are you thinking, buddy? Such a great god-level account. A peak player abandons his martial arts and opens a new account to play in the new area. Is the club stupid? So Jin could only watch Zheng Qi and his team accumulate the advantage in killing little by little, and finally take down this boss. Fin DS capture no much as great as Pelaga has to L final. No SE indeed all like bus gasms contenido exclusive YXO in medito. Subscribe news to Patreon. Recuerda, card alike, subscription no donaking nos anima continue. Great as a todos nos vemos en el próximo video.